hit that like button and share this stream if you're not a beta male.
New man, same old grind, gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up in my fist held high, gonna fight till the day that I die.
No dawn, no era. I ain't a saint, nah, I'm something much rarer. I speak facts, I spit truth. I stand tall after all I've been through. I could've bowed out, I could've given in. Instead I bounce back, my rise is imminent. There's no breaking my stride, to the top I'll climb. With my fist held high, with my fist held high.
New man, same old grind, gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up in my fist held high, gonna fight till the day that I die.
Red tie, white collar, blue skies, got 'em raining green dollars. JT, my MVVB, we bout to show you how it's done, no CAP. I could've bowed out, I could've given in. Instead I bounce back, my rise is imminent. There's no breaking my stride, to the top I'll climb. With my fist held high, with my fist held high.
New man, same old grind, gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up in my fist held high, gonna fight till the day that I die. New man, same old grind, gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up in my fist held high, gonna fight till the day that I die.
With my fist held high, with my fist held high. With my fist held high, with my fist held high.
I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit. And
Okay. First fuck Big Mike and that dick that hang. West Palm, nigga, Mar-a-Lago is the gang. Locked up, tons of black fathers, that's a fact. I'll let Joe Biden say it though.
You ain't black.
Give it up, pack it in, sick of the cackling. Taking these around balls way before Kaepernick. Locked up ever marijuana, you imprisoned him. You were smoking weed at the time, what a hypocrite. Montel Williams and Willie Brown. Guess you have a thing for Willies, bet your dad's really proud. A crisis at your border, ignoring the reporters. Under you and Biden, $1 was worth a quarter. The new world order really wants you in, but it's Trump 2024, we're about to win. Bigly, hugely, trust me, I would know it. I still can't believe you believe Jussie Smollett. I'm meeting with rabbis, pastors, preachers, cops, firefighters, God-fearing believers. You're meeting with RuPaul, transgender teachers, creatures, cutting off their primary features. I'm working for God, you work for the Grim Reaper. On Soros's payroll, they should call you Caesar, cause every time you speak, it's a big word salad. I heard in college guys called you hot to a Harris. They try to do me like JFK in the drop top. The party of defunded police loves the top cop. You give it slop top, come on, Lewinsky. When you talk in public, you always sound tipsy. You make Pelosi sound like Einstein. Not a worthy opponent, but I guess I'll find time. Your bottom shelf Chardonnay, me, I'm fine wine. Look at California, you and Gavin cannot fight crime. Bailed out rioters during BLM, then a few that murdered people wasn't shown on CNN. But I'm not surprised, that's just the fake news. And we all know that they pay you, I stay true.
We did it, Joe. You're gonna be the next president of the United States.
Men, are you dealing with issues like this?
Some black men are interested in voting for her, and then you have other black men who are not. I talked about that extensively in a video on my channel, how black men are turning their back on Kamala Harris. And such is the case for a brother like this.
Dear black men, please remain strong. There's going to be a pressure on us to vote Democratic and for us to endorse Kamala Harris. Do not fall for the symbolism. Do not fall for the chucks and pearls. As black men, our vote is highly needed. And there's already talk about black men can't be trusted to vote for Kamala Harris. Well, you're exactly right. We're not falling for the you're not black if you don't vote for Joe Biden. We're going to logically make an informed decision. Kamala Harris has already went on record saying she would not pass any bills or laws that would directly benefit African Americans. So black men, let's be very careful. Let's be able to deal with the criticism. Let's be able to deal with being called sellouts. Let's be able to deal with being called racist. Because right now, the Democratic Party needs our vote for Kamala Harris to be president. And they're already saying we can't be trusted. Well, you're right. We can't be trusted. We're going to make an informed decision. Kamala Harris, sit down. What are you willing to do for the black race other than falsely represent us as a black woman with chucks and pearls in your sorority? Black men, it's finna get hard. We are under attack, but we must remain strong.
But then,
Harris is not the answer. Book of session. Harris is not the answer. Book of session.
You mean to tell me that the possible first black female president, her primary message, her platform is to promote the very thing that was meant to wipe out our race? That's what she's running on?
what do you mean by that?
When Congress passes a law to restore those freedoms, I will sign it into law.
1 Kamala, 2 Kamala, 3 Kamala, whoa. Which candidate you endorse? Fried chicken to jerk sauce. Chopsticks to rice off. President is on the menu. Now you got some black in you. Willie Brown, see that's irrelevant. Montel Williams said you were celibate.
Yes, I know. There needs to be outreach and inclusion.
And certainly you could become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good.
You could become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good.
First Indian vice president.
Yes, I know.
And so black women's intelligence. She's not like us. Where's your lineage? Half Jamaican and half Indian. Around us, she black pretending.
Yes, I know.
Tulsi Gabbard had you fidgeting.
Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
Have you ever smoked?
I have.
Like
And I inhale. I did inhale.
Okay.
She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California.
You actually locked anybody up?
No, we never locked anybody up.
Lying ass bitch. Sister girl, she repositioning all the black men in prison them. What about Matrice Richardson? Black man on death row found innocent. You fake as a pink iguana. You the female version Obama.
Yes, I know.
Banging
Yeah,
Snoop, blow
definitely
marijuana. You take after your white mama.
Yes, I know.
You'll have white Jamaican father.
Yes, I know. Celebrating Kwanzaa. Every year, our family and our extended family, we would gather around.
You ain't celebrating no Kwanzaa.
Yes, I know.
All the black women support you. They projecting, this is why they endorse you.
Yes, I know.
Their self-worth is cracked. Identify what you know and you ain't black. Only reason to vote, you saying that. Say the hell with your people, it's all cap.
Yes, I know.
Reparations, you heard her, she like, aw. Give something only to black people?
No. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
The 44,000 of y'all, short the 42 million who didn't call. What I'm saying, it's all facts.
Democrats do not want to talk about Kamala Harris policy. This is a rabbit hole. They want to play the race card to distract. I'm voting for Trump because I want a secure border. I want low prices. I don't like inflation. On the other hand, you got Kamala Harris, Edward, who wants open border, who wants to eliminate ICE, who compares ICE with the KKK. I don't like those policies, but they insult the intelligence of every black American because they're asking black Americans to vote based on skin color.
Don't give them nothing, just tell her her skin is black.
No. And you ain't black.
No. Kamala. No. Her skin is black. No.
And you ain't black.
No. Her skin is black. Her skin is her skin is
and you ain't black.
1 Kamala, 2 Kamala, 3 Kamala, whoa. You don't support us, we don't vote. We stand on business and we spoke. Reparations, we heard you, you said no. 1 Kamala, 2 Kamala, 3 Kamala, whoa. Which candidate you endorse? Fried chicken to jerk sauce. Chopsticks to rice sauce. Black men, we say no to Kamala Harris. You can't come over here and pretend like you one of us. 1 minute you Indian, 1 minute you Asian. Nah, just be that. That's who you get the vote for you. Yeah. Yeah. You can't run on.
I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people? No.
And you ain't black.
Do you support reparations for black people?
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people?
No. Okay, I see what you is. Bitch, you played yourself. I'm sorry. Played yourself. Bitch, you had a chance.
When men fail to lead, the children rebel and the women take over.
Fall comes to us in its own time.
Fighters keepers, losers we.
Fire for your mind. Culture clinician.
If it ain't 7, it ain't culture. Heaven and hell, that's what they told you. Real men put the strap down and we can toss them. Young heads picking back up and young dolphins. This is our culture. Now we talking kosher. Clinician, masculinity issues. Absent fathers who miss you. Mama drama don't kiss you. All a part of the ritual. This is how they get you. Separate the men, women clipping babies pretend to. Damn. Lovers, haters acting like vultures. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. Listen. Listen.
Hit 1. If you can hear me, hit 1. If you can hear me, hit 1. We're about to have a good show on today, guys. A very good show, a very timely show. As we're going through what's called an existentialist crisis, a time that tests the souls of men. We're living in a time where not only is traditional heteronormative masculinity under attack, but the nationalism or the nation or the democracy that we're in is also under attack. And we're seeing the greatness and the vibrancy of America eroding right before our eyes. So in this show today, I have my esteemed guest, Mumia Obsidian Ali, one of the founders of the Manosphere. There were those that preceded him with 1.0, but he was definitely part of 2.0. And then there are adjacents with 3.0 and 4.0. I would consider myself an adjacent as I support the talking points of these men. As I am a licensed therapist and I've been supporting Black men for years. Well, I'm saying, how you doing, sir? And
Hey, what's going on, man?
what's going on, brother? What's going
How you
on?
feeling?
I'm doing great, man. I'm just ready to spread the good news and to galvanize black men that have like-minded ideologies. One of the things we've always said, Obsidian, whereas men, we don't agree on all things or ideologies, but we come together as allies of a common cause only to dissipate once the crisis is over. I've said that 3 years ago, and it's safe to say that there is a crisis in heteronormative masculinity that continues to precede us to the point that you have read several books, and you are also one of the curators of the current Manosphere Conclave that we will be experiencing in Houston. So I would like to answer the conversation about, did the Manosphere force social media / YouTube to hear men, and then we'll talk about the tenets currently, the history, and the current political framework. We're going to talk about that, look at clips, we're going to elaborate, and we're just going to have a good time. All right. So what are you
Very
getting
good.
from everything that we're saying?
Very good. Very good. Looking forward to it.
Yes, sir. So let's get deep into it, man. Would you argue that there's a crisis in heteronormative masculinity? Would you argue that?
Yeah, I would. I mean, matter of fact, everybody's talking about it now. You got, white folks, they're kind of, flailing about, talking about it on their end of things. Of course, there's nothing new on our side of it. But what is new is that in the last, I would say, roughly decade, maybe if, give or take, black men have been increasingly, using their voices online.
Right.
Thanks to the advent of the internet, social media, democratization of the microphone.
Yes.
You're able to pretty much you can do stuff from your smartphone if you want to.
Yes,
These
right.
days. So it's a lot easier. I mean, I remember like a pirate station would cost you, better part of $500,000. A pirate station or a small community radio station. Now a guy like me can have their own studio in their house, and potentially millions of people could be listening. So that's the big game changer that's really come down the pike over roughly the past decade or so.
Right. No doubt. I like that. Right. And so you're right. I've always, always wanted to be a DJ in my younger years, man. I used to play with it back home in the mirror, but you're correct. This is a very fortunate time for a lot of people, to say the least. And you're right. We are getting the message across to the point that politicians are talking about ADOS. They're talking about the manosphere. The manosphere is in scholastic journals. You have the white manosphere, you have the black manosphere. Men like Black Ram, men like General Tito, men like yourself, men like Angry Man, men like O'Shea, men like, even though Kevin was an adjacent, Kevin Samuels, myself, and many, many others are coming together, Obsidian, to have a conversation where men are saying that enough is enough. And as whereas men, some of our ideologies are different, some of our worldviews are different, some of our religious frameworks are different. But we understand that we need to be allies. You are a son of a Marine, and many times in the axis of power, Obsidian, they had to lay aside their nationalistic tendencies and become allies of a common cause. Why is it so important, in your best estimate, to be allies of a common cause when men are in crisis? We understand that men don't agree on all things, but there are times when we have to lay aside our differences and come together as allies. What does that mean to you, please?
I think allyship is huge. Black men, if you really sit down and think about it, black men have always been prevented from working together. If you think about back in a little over a century ago, Tulsa, Oklahoma, race riot, Black Wall Street was destroyed by angry and jealous whites. If you think about that, you think about the end of Reconstruction going into the 20th century out of the 19th. There was always attempts made to disrupt black men from getting together and doing anything. And unfortunately, while you could make a case, you could understand, well, they're angry and jealous whites over there, they don't want to do that. But increasingly, and I'm not proud to say this, we have that situation, among some black women. There are some black women that are very concerned about black men coming together and determining for themselves their own program, their own agenda, what they want to do. There have been attempts by some black women to try to even disrupt that.
Yeah, I agree, man. You know, I'll say the term that I heard Ron Will say, but I've said the term before in the past, and it's called male sovereignty. The sovereignty of a man is important. You know, in theology, the great teacher Jesus said, if a man's going to come into the kingdom, he must be born again. You can take that same euphemism, obsidian, and apply it to the modern woman. If the modern woman wants to come into the kingdom of man, she must be born again. But the problem is this: she doesn't want to be born again. She wants you to be on her program instead of she being on your program. She wants to groom you instead of you grooming her. Because there was a time, Obsidian, that there was a word called the bridegroom and the bride. The bridegroom job was to continue the grooming process of the father. The father was the master groomer, and the woman was the woman that was the bridegroom. But modern women don't want to be groomed by their men. They have been conditioned to think that they are equal to their men in power. And I will argue that men and women are equal in essence, but they're not equal in role and design. They're not equal in role and design because you cannot have two masters running a ship. Something I see many times in couples counseling, as my practice is expanding, as I'm doing a lot of teletherapy, and I see it all the time. Relationships cannot matriculate in a healthy way, Obsidian, if you don't have the proper safeguards in place to have that relationship to, say, matriculate. And so many men forfeit their power in relationships because they've been conditioned to be saboteurs of their own ignorance, Obsidian, only to falter when things get tough. I'm a firm believer that men got to damn stand on business. That yes got to be yes, and that no got to be no. And when a woman does not follow his program after he's given her opportunities, he have a right to get rid of her. Because the problem with women now, unlike your mother and your grandmother and your great-grandmother, they understood the assignment. But they don't understand the assignment they're upsetting because they don't respect black boys and men to the point. You got women that are voting for Kamala Harris because she's part of the Divine Nine, and these women don't even respect the brothers in their fraternal organization. I'm not a fraternal member. I got my own beliefs on that, but I was recruited by Alpha Phi Alpha when I was at North Carolina Central. But they don't respect their own men. I did a show, and we'll touch on it a little bit, where the women was talking about it's time for women to lead. But I find that very offensive, Obsidian, when I think about a skilled tradesman like yourself and a master technician, a master mason, a man that's skilled with his hands, where you built America, your grandfather built America, and the men that were part of the Marines. I got Marines in my family. My first cousin's Marines, and my second cousin, his son was a Marine. He was a sharpshooter in Beirut. But somehow men that created the world are acquiescing to the whims of women that sit back and enjoy the things that men have created. What would you say about that?
Man, you said a mouthful, and I 100% agree. First of all, let me say simplify on behalf of my daddy, my granddaddy, to
yes, sir.
your relatives, and for that matter, all the brothers that have served in all the armed forces. They don't get enough credit as it is. I think it's a sin and a shame before the Creator what's going on out in Chi-Town with the veterans, brothers that have served the country, getting turned out on the street while they're letting in illegal immigrants. I think that's unconscionable. But then we're gonna get more of the same if Kamala gets in there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're gonna get a lot more of that.
I'm glad to see. Right.
Yeah, I'm glad to see the brothers and sisters in Chi-Town rightly raising up against that. That's ridiculous. But in any event, yeah, I mean, we see what's going on here. I can't say that I was surprised to see both the AKAs and the Zetas, kind of turning out for Kamala Harris. And sad to say, now I don't know if you heard about this, Roland Martin hosted a big Zoom call of his own, and quite a few brothers from the Divine Nine fraternities was on that call, kind of, following behind the sisters' lead. So, I mean, I think
I said the same thing, brother. And listen, I didn't even know about it until I was watching your show while I was working with a client on Rumble. I heard General Tito talk about it. And I've heard several clients. So I decided to take upon myself to talk about it as well. You don't respect the damn men in your fraternity. You don't respect them. And they sit back with their broke back mouth behind following their women's leadership. They follow what their women say, yes, what I call the Pokey Pig syndrome. And we're going to talk about the Pokey Pig syndrome, not Porky, but Pokey, because we got a lot of boule buffer class Negroes. Hold tight with the Pokey Pig syndrome. Hold tight.
Somebody get rolling, Martin. We gonna get let's put a neck on layaway for this. This has no neck.
We can't say that. If Paula Dean, if Paula Dean say it,
McDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on this farm he had some chicks, E-I-E-I-O.
Welcome to TV One.
You mean that you won't give me the what?
Welcome to TV One. Paula Dean. If you will say that.
That's all, folks.
Yeah, man, you got a bunch of boule buck dancing Negroes, man. What do you think about that?
And remember,
Damn,
Roland
right.
Martin literally danced a jig for Hillary Clinton.
Yes,
it's all
he
over.
did.
It's all over the internet. You can see it
All
for
over the
yourself.
internet. Right, right.
So when we say buck dancing, bojangling Negroes, we look at Roland Martin.
Roland Martin. I mean, that the head henchman of the boule buffer class. You know, Tavis Smiley supposed to be a rule, and he up there damn crying. And you know, you got these boule buffer class Negroes that are supposed to be part of the town of the 10th that will disseminate to, you know, the working class or regular class Negroes and tell us how to think. But see, I'm a free thinker. Nobody tell me how to think. I've always been a free thinker. I'm well learned. I've been reading books since my 20s. I've studied apologetics. I've studied all kinds of things in my formative years. And so we can have a cogent conversation. We can compare evidence and we can see how our worldviews parallel. But nobody tell kosher how to think. I'm not a tap dancer. You know, I say what I want to say. I do what I want to do. I'm self-made. Everything I got, I'm saying I got it from the mud. And so nobody gonna damn tell me at the ripe age of 52 how to think as a man. If they don't like how I think, then they can take their ass on. But I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm very respectful. I try to respect everybody's worldview, but nobody tell me how to think. Now, enough of that. They don't respect black boys and men. How is it that Obsidian we say that we are warriors and there's a warrior class, but you don't respect the men that are expected to protect you? These boule buffer class Negroes are able to raise thousands of dollars, millions of dollars in a matter of hours, but we can't raise money to teach young black boys how to read, but also to reduce some of the traumas that our girls are having. What would you say about that?
I would say that a major problem that thus far I have not heard Kamala Harris address is the sobering fact that black boys are really doing bad in the public school districts. You know, the reading scores for black boys throughout the black precincts is in the single or low double digit figures at best. And it's really bad. It's really, really bad. So personally, I think we need to get rid of it. I think it's time to recognize it for what it is. The public school district doesn't work for black boys. And it's long past time that we got rid of it.
Right.
Black men need to take the bull by the horns and just take over the situation for ourselves. Privately funded, we run it ourselves, and just take the bull by the horns there. That's the reason why I was so disappointed with Dr. Umar Johnson. I thought he had a real opportunity, and he squandered it. But black boys are they're really doing bad. And from what I can tell,
yes.
Kamala Harris ain't even addressing that at all.
Because they don't care. See, this new regime are progressives, and they have strong Marxist and communist ideologies. And they want a permanent underclass. They're basically making black folks a permanent underclass. They got a lot of stuff up there in Philly, in your city. We're going to talk about that at some point, too, where they're trying to make black folks in Philly a permanent underclass. But Obsidian Kevin said that winter was coming. He said it was coming. And there's a percentage of black women that are beginning to wake up. We're going to talk about that at some point. They're beginning to see, the writing on the wall. They're beginning to see the writing on the wall, and they're beginning to evaluate themselves in this critical time that we live in. We live in a time where people don't want to hear the cogent truth or facts. They will minimize the truth or facts because they're so involved in their feelings. I take great risk when I do these shows because I'm not doing that legally wrong, but it's not quite PC. And so it burns me up you know, when you put in the work, I was up all night prepping the show, and you advocate for men, and you know, there's some good brothers that support, but they don't support it like they should. And so, how can we say, upsetting, that we support black men and support what we're trying to do? But would you say that many times black male content creators don't get the support that they deserve based on the risks they take? Would you argue? Would you agree with
Well,
that?
not only would I argue, I would take it a step further. I would say that if black male content creators are not getting the support that they clearly deserve, we have no one to blame but ourselves. And when I say ourselves, I mean black men for it. I say all the time over on Rumble, I've been there now for about 8 months. I say all the time, if you see a black man in the media, social media, legacy media, mainstream media, what have you, ask yourself this question: who's paying him? If you can determine who is paying him, then you can determine what his talking points are going to be.
Yes, sir. Right. I like that.
You can determine right off the rip what what he will talk about and what he won't talk about.
Yes,
and
sir,
I
right.
use as examples. I mean, I like all these people. I use as examples Stephen A. Smith, Shannon Sharp, Jason Whitlock. I mean, these are well-known names, just to use a few. For that matter, Charlemagne the God. I mean, look at what these brothers, all of them successful, look at what they talk about and what they don't talk about, and just ask yourself, who is paying these people?
Right.
Most black men got to get really serious. I just got finished talking about the situation with black boys, my disappointment, my profound disappointment in Dr. Umar Johnson,
yes,
and the need for black men to privately fund our own schools that we run. Yes, I'm talking about separate sex schools. We need to bring that back. We need to follow the example of the Jesuit academies, the Catholic schools, Exeter Academy, things of that nature. We need to go back to that, but we need to fund it ourselves. It does not need to be public. And what I was saying to brothers is, you have to ask yourself this: how many black men make their daily bread from other black men?
Right.
Most black men do not make their daily bread from other black men. Most black men make their daily bread from non-white people and or black women. And as it's always known, and this is especially true in the United States, he or she who pays the piper calls the tune. So that's the reason why I'm saying the brothers, if we're not getting the support, you know whose fault that is? It's our fault. Black men need to be really, really serious about supporting our own, and that means black men. We will never see things turn around in the black precincts until black men get really serious about developing our own economy, our own banking system, everything that we need amongst ourselves.
I agree with you 100%. Because I've always said that I am not apolitical. I'm an independent. I was a registered Democrat for about 18 years, but I don't believe either party can adequately address the struggles and concerns of black men in America. You got an ultra liberal Democratic Party that always believe in permanent victimization. You got the white conservatives, even though I tend to like them better. They always talk about pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, but they don't talk about the black farmers that pulled themselves up by the bootstraps. They don't talk about the black construction workers that were trying to get contracts. So they minimize that. But if it came down to policies, which I am a policy advocate, I will agree more with conservative traditional policies that have been more or less hoisted by on the Republican Party. But I'm a registered independent because I don't feel any court really understand our struggle. Shout out to my man Top Gun for that 5 guys. And don't let Top Gun be the only one. It took me 9 hours to put this show together. Obsidian is a content creator like myself. It takes a lot of work doing these shows. It's a lot of risk. I want you to tell folks Obsidian the work that you put in being a content creator. And, I do it on the side because I'm a licensed therapist. But if you want to do a quality show, tell the people how much time you put in, man, with research and planning to do
what
these
you
shows,
said
please.
sounds about right. About anywhere, for me, anywhere between 5 and 10 hours a show. That sounds about right.
Yes, sir.
Reading up on everything, gathering all the material needed. I don't like, if I can help it, I don't like using these little TikTok clips if I can help it. What I like to do is try to go work back and find the original video to see what was said before it, what was said after it, get the full context, make my notes. So yeah, that sounds about right. About 5 to 10 hours a show. It takes a lot of research. You know, you have to read papers. These papers, you can't get them free. Washington Post, USA Today, my hometown paper, Philadelphia Inquirer, New York Times, LA Times, and so on. These papers cost in terms of subscriptions. You got your subscription price for your streaming software. You want to do that right professionally, that costs you. If you got editing guys, all of these things cost. So if you want a good quality show, it's going to cost and it's going to take time. We don't have research assistants. I don't. You don't.
I don't either.
So we're doing all the research ourselves. So it does take money. And again, like I say to the brothers, if you are not paying the guys in the big lights, you have to ask yourself, who is paying them?
Who's paying them, right? Yeah, I totally
You're
agree.
not. Who is?
Yes, sir. I totally agree, brother. And many times they don't have our best interest. Shout out to the Wall Report for the $9. And you're right, Upsetting. A lot of times I get TikTok clips to just add to what I'm saying, but I don't have time to do no in-depth research. Man, I'll be up all night. I'm already swamped trying to do clinical work. Like I'm managing my own business by myself. And it's a lot of work, man. It's exhausting, but I have a desire and a fervor to see men elevated and win. And these conversations are not only poignant, but they are very important. We're gonna get into deeper about the Black Manosphere Conclave that you're going to be running with along with Shannon Rawls, and we're gonna go over the tenets of the Black Manosphere Conclave. But when you think about where the conclave is at now and where it's going at, man, what are you excited about, Obsidian, when it comes down to the conclave and what it's trying to do? What are you excited about?
I'm very excited. This year, I just found this out like last week. We have sold out 2 floors of the Embassy Suites Hotel. Now, remember, this is a hotel with nothing but suites. Most hotels just have your standard room. Then you have suites of varying kinds. And then you have your penthouse and whatnot. The Embassy Suites, top to bottom, is nothing but suites. So we sold out 2 floors already. And Shannon was able to get, I believe, at least 1 more floor, I think. Maybe 2, but definitely 1 more floor. So we've already sold out two floors. We've got already over 300 tickets sold. We got space for just over 400 guys at the Four Seasons. That's another hotel that we've gotten. One of 2 5-star hotels in the city of Houston. We got one of them, the Four Seasons. And, man, tickets are selling very well. This is our biggest conclave to date. I'm very, very excited about it.
Yeah. And we got a lot of newcomers, man. Shout out to Machismo TV. They've been putting in work in the past and currently putting in work and pushing manhood content. I think their business model is a good model. Shout out to those brothers. Shout out to the Bernard Rallies of the world. Shout out to Dennis Sperling. Shout out to El Guapo with the passport game. Dr. Ron Neal, Dr. T.S.on Johnson. We are all from different backgrounds, but we all have one central message. And that's the galvanization of Black men. That's the galvanization of men knowing what their rights are. As a clinical therapist of Obsidian, there's a term called the right to self-determination. And that basically means that men have the right to live their life, especially in the clinical world, free of distress, harm. We have the right to live our lives out into perpetuity without distress. And I think now that I was told men, if women don't have no more power over us than the power that we give them. If a woman is not following your program, you can walk away because men created the world. We created the world. We created the world that they use to lambast us. We created the world that they use to disrespect us. We created the world that they use to shame us. We created the world, Obsidian, and somehow they don't realize how much power that they have. Harriet Tubman said, I could have freed a lot more if they didn't already know that they were slaves. Men think that they are actually liberated and free, but they are slaves to their emotions. They're slaves to their upbringing. They're slaves to the introjection, a clinical term from their mothers, to the point they won't stand on business as men. I tell men all the time, I've said that when they can respectfully check their mother, then they're ready to be a man. When they can respectfully check their wife, they're ready to be a man. When they can check their sisters, then they are ready to move forward as men. What do you say about that, brother?
I 100% agree. I had to do that in my own family. I won't go into too much detail here, but I 100% agree. That is a problem in the black precincts, there is this interesting, I'll say, relationship between black men and their mothers and other female family members. And there becomes a time, I have found from personal experience, where you have to, kind of lay the law down and say, listen, if you don't adhere to these parameters, I'm going to get as much distance from you as possible. And you're not going to hear from me for a very long time. And I had to do that. I had to do that. But, after putting my mama in the cooler for a while, she got the message.
Right.
She got the message.
She got the message. Right. And that's very central in manhood, because you got men like Heron Head, I call him Heron Head, Ricky Smiley, saying your sister is black, and Hogan Head Martin basically telling men to follow the leadership of their women. I've never in my life seen so many broken, buck-minded, broke-back mountain black men, but I've never seen it in my life, man, because that's not how black men operated years ago. Would you agree with that?
I 100% agree, and I think that it just goes to show. I used to say here when I was on YouTube, I used to say, Bizarro land, Black America, everything is backward, and it's against the natural order of things.
Yes, sir, it is.
And if anybody, listen, if we're going to talk about, I hate to say it like this, but the truth just has to be told. If we're going to talk about black female leadership, well, look at the community.
Yes,
look at
sir.
the black community. Look at what black female leadership has gotten us for the most part. There are notable exceptions, sure. There are notable exceptions everywhere. But generally speaking, look at what that's gotten us. And so, you got these black men kind of, sniveling behind that. It's embarrassing.
I totally agree, brother. I totally agree. What is the Black Manosphere Conclave? I want you to read your. I can read it out, and you can respond to it.
Oh yeah. You can do that. Yeah, you can do that.
Yes, sir.
Talk about it.
Yes, sir.
Before you get started, this
Yes, sir.
So was it 5-6 days ago? I was thinking to myself, we don't really have a frequently asked questions, and I've noticed being online. I spend a lot of time on Twitter X. I spend a lot of time on Instagram, Facebook. I spend a lot of time on Clubhouse. Pretty soon, we're going to be setting up shop over on Chatter. That's a new app that just opened up. And I've noticed that a lot of people have a lot of serious misconceptions about the Black Manosphere in general. So I said to myself, well, since we call ourselves the Black Manosphere Conclave, this is our 4th year, this is our biggest year, let's start putting down some facts, some frequently asked question and answers, so people know exactly who we are, what we're about, and what we do. And so that's what, so early in the morning last week, I got up at the crack of dawn and hammered these points out, and that's what you have right now.
No doubt. Shout out to my man Muja here for that $3 super chat. And shout out to the International Quiet Storm. And he's the #1 sponsor of this stream. The International Quiet Storm has been a stalwart for a long time. And the International Quiet Storm is the #1 sponsor, of the stream. I appreciate it. All right, it's 54 people that are watching this show. It's 45 minutes after the hour of 2 o'clock. In the Tar Heel State, a very muggy and hot day. But I need the 54 that are watching, at least 20 folks to share this stream. This is a very important stream. I got one of the leaders of the Manosphere, I would say 2.0. And he's giving you guys some very powerful information. We got a men's conference that's coming up in Houston. And it's going to be very powerful. I was there back last year. It was powerful. There was a lot of camaraderie. You felt the spirit of the brotherhood. I've never felt not that powerful in my life. The energy seemed like it was pure and serene. It didn't seem like there was no malice or forethought. And I count the honor at the time to be a speaker at the event. So to the 51 that are watching, share this stream. Share it on your Twitter account. Obsidian, you got a Twitter account, right?
I do. At Obsidian Files. FILES, all one word, at Obsidian Files.
Okay, can you share this stream on yours? Can you share it on your Twitter account?
We're ahead of you, brother. I just posted it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. All right, so we're gonna get deeper into it, guys. And shout out to my man Vulcanus for that $10 super sticker. Shout out to Sister Bashur as well. And Barry Hamilton, I don't see Barry Hamilton. Hold tight. Barry Hamilton, you look my super sticker. Okay, let me check, Barry. I apologize. Okay, I see it, Barry. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, brother Barry. I didn't see it, man. Thank you, brother Barry. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. All right. So shout out to brother Barry for that super sticker. Thank you, brother. All right. So let me read it, man. The MANOSPHERE Conclave is an annual event held every season between the months of September and December for the purpose of preparing Black men for the demands and challenges of the 21st century. To this end, the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave offers economic opportunity, personal enrichment, and self-improvement in areas of STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and math, real estate, investments, small business ownership, Black male mental health, physical fitness and wellness, style and image, travel and lifestyle, and interpersonal, social, and relationship skills. But more than all of that, the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave is a network of highly motivated, highly skilled, and highly educated Black men who want the best out of life for themselves and their fellow Black men. To that end, the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave seeks to create, sustain, and grow a network of Black men in every walk of life, a self-contained ecosystem, if you will, of Black men that can fulfill the needs of the conclave and the members within it. We have doctors, mental health professionals, STEM professionals, businessmen, real estate moguls, lawyers, social media influencers, personalities, authors, bankers, finance professionals, and many more others in our rank, even blue-collar brothers. As our chief of operations, Shannon Rawls, like to say, welcome to the elite. How would you respond to that?
Yes. I wanted to make sure and open up the fact with that to kind of let everybody know exactly what it is that we do with the conclave, what is it that it's all about, why we do this, and clear up some misconceptions, because there's a lot of people that have this idea that we're a bunch of neck-bearded losers in the basement somewhere with living with mama. That's not true. I've taken actual polls of brothers in the Black Manosphere. Many of us are professionals, military, law enforcement guys. Many guys are skilled tradesmen. HVAC, plumbing, carpentry, electric, trucking, and moving and hauling, you name it, across the board. Many of us are middle class, upper middle class, many of us. This idea that the Black Manosphere is full of losers, nothing could be more from the truth.
No, I totally agree, man. I totally agree, man. And we are forced to be reckoned with. I'm saying to the point that we are getting to the higher echelons of social media, to the point you got women like Kamala Harris with her cronies trying to solicit not only other influencers, but I'm sure she solicited other men to speak on the behalf of the Democratic plantation machine. Many are leaving the plantation. Many are tired of poke, not pork, but poke. They sick of poke because, I know there are people that don't eat pork, and I respect that, but if you're gonna eat some pork, at least give people the best part of the pig, not the chitlin and the damn feet, the head. Like Hitler said, hold on a second, they're giving them poke, not pork, and we're gonna talk about that because the Democratic Party have been giving Black folks poke for a long time, not pork. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I 100% agree, and that's one of the reasons why Black folk, especially Black men, been falling like flies, eating all that crap. And finally, Black men have finally waken up and said, "Man, this stuff is killing us. We got to do something different." Just like we did at the conclave last year. We didn't have none of that crazy stuff, eating that stuff and all the rest of it. And not just physical food, but food for your mind, food for your body, food for your soul. The Democrat Party has been corrosive, killing a lot of brothers. These bad diets, and not just the physical diet, but the rhetorical diet has been downright dangerous. And I'm glad to see that brothers are starting to finally wake up and move away from that.
And I would argue a lot of Black women are beginning to wake up.
Yes,
You've been
they
having
are.
a lot
Yes,
of Black women up sitting. I got some evidence, man, that's been waking up, and these sisters are saying enough is enough. And once again, Kevin said that winter was coming. Because if this woman become president, it's over. Let's be real. You can cry. It's over. Because they're trying to make Black folks a permanent underclass, and they definitely don't care about traditional Black men or traditional Black women or traditional Black families or traditional American families in general. They don't care about it. It's a very corrosive Marxist organization that would use buffer Negroes to push their agenda, no different than what they did with Margaret Sanger, no different what they did having boulets in the black church. We're not saying all black churches, because I was raised in the black church. I was raised in. I don't live it like I used to, but I still know it and believe it. And what they do, they sabotage the progress that black folks were making. I'm sitting when you look at black folks in the 90s, you and I, we were teenagers in the 90s. You look at black folks back in the 70s, they were healthy, they were beautiful. The women were beautiful, they didn't have weave. The men were lean. They are psychologically performing warfare on the minds and the bodies of black folks. Testosterone levels are lower than has ever been before in human history. Your granddad's testosterone levels are probably higher than some men now. How would you respond to that? And then we'll get back to what the black manosphere is. Go ahead, bro.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. And I think that I was out earlier today running some errands, and I had noticed some. I mean, these sisters are gigantic. I mean, they're just flat out huge. Mm-hmm. I mean, they are huge. Now, to their credit, mm-hmm. Many of them were going to a local gym. And so I give them credit for that. But man, they are gigantic. And these are younger black women. These aren't, like senior citizens, past 65. These are women that are in their 30s, 20s, that sort of thing. And it's really gotten out of hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got big backs. They got big backs. They got big backs. And some of it's the food is full of GMOs. I know some people don't, eat pork, and I understand that, but I'm gonna be honest. Every now and then, I'm a New Testament Christian. I'm gonna eat me a little piece every now and then. But I'm in the New Testament. But I do agree with you, man. I don't eat pork. I don't eat no chitlins and no hog maws and no that trash. But some lean cuts of meat, because if you think about it, chicken is nasty. Chickens eat poop and they eat a lot of nasty stuff. But if it's grilled, if it's healthy, if it's clean, if it's kosher, I would say eat it. But let's get back to the point of discussion. Shout out to my man, Revelation, the Spirit of Variance. He said, although the number of brothers waking up is growing, unfortunately, the brainwashing of boomers and Gen X isn't wearing off fast enough. However, we still need to continue to persevere. What would you say about that, Obsidian? And then we'll get back to you.
Say again.
So he said, although the number of brothers waking up is growing, unfortunately, the brainwashing of boomers and Gen X isn't wearing off fast enough. I would say there are more boomer simps than there are Gen X. There are some Gen X simps too. However, we still need to continue to persevere. What would you say about that?
I would say that would be true. I mean, again, going back to Roland Martin, he's a Gen Xer, even though he looks like a boomer because he's so aged. But But he's a Gen Xer. And I would say that there are quite a few Gen Xers. I don't think it's just a boomer phenomenon. I think it's quite a few Gen Xers and millennials and Gen Z. I think it's across the board. I think the Dear Mama syndrome has pretty much gone through all the generations here.
Yes, sir. Right.
And I think that I also think I haven't seen new poll numbers. So this is before Kamala got in the race in July. But before that, when Biden was still in, as high as 20% were polling in favor of Donald Trump. Now, I don't know if that's changed since Kamala's gotten in, so I don't want to put that out there. But my thinking is this: Trump got 13% of the vote, black male vote in 2016. He got roughly the same in 2020.
Right.
If he does 20%, it's a wash. It's over.
Yes. It's over. Right. And I love the fact, man, the men are beginning to damn stand on business. You're not going to shame black masculine men. You ain't going to say your mama. We don't give a shit about no damn mama being black. Mama can get this work and she get out of line. We don't care about your mama being black. Your sons, I don't care about that. I'm a man. We're going to stand on man principles. You're going to fall in line. If you don't fall in line, you will deal with the severe consequences of masculinity. It's time for black men to return back to masculinity, stand on business, be men, and separate ourselves, Obsidian, from these weak simps that don't have no kahunas. They won't say nothing. They hold their head down in servitude to their women. I've seen a situation, Obsidian, where masculine men that would knock out another man their size, won't say a word to their wives because they go, I ain't gonna say no, cause my wife, like them old boomer simps call their wife.
Oh yeah, that's a very real thing. I talk about that in my new book. I have a new book coming out, and matter of fact, it will be available at the Conclave before anyone else gets it. My brand new book, Toxic Femininity: The Black Man's Guide to Modern Black Feminism. That's my latest book, and you'll be able to get your own signed autographed copy at the Conclave. before anybody else gets it, because it'll be in stores everywhere this fall. And I talk about that. There's a chapter in the book I call Modern Black Feminism's Useful Idiots. And what I talk about in the book is how the Democrat Party, modern black feminists, have gotten together and have basically used the box, not the ballot box, but the other box, to essentially blackmail black men into voting the way that they want to vote.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're right. And that's witchcraft, by the way. That's witchcraft. And you know, when you have movements like the Passport Bros Obsidian, you don't worry about no damn box, because most of that box ain't good no way. Most of it is severely used, and the pH is off. And so you can go to you can go to Fertile Lands where they got kosher food. They got a kosher box, and they got a kosher mind. Obsidian. They got kosher food, kosher box, and a kosher mind. Watch this, Obsidian, fit for a kosher king. And what we're trying to do, we're trying to raise up kosher kings, because as I said before, there are 7 steps, Obsidian. There are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become optimized. Male mental health, male physical health, travel, politics, finances, female psychology, and family. Once a man can truly matriculate through all of those 7 steps and understand the importance of all 7 steps, then he become optimized. And once he become optimized, he becomes kosher. Because if it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. And so we're trying to get men kosher so they can become the better versions of themselves. Because watch this, Obsidian, we don't have all day. Men don't have all day to be damn arguing with no hard-headed woman that thinks she gonna damn tell men how to act. It becomes a time when men got to say, you know what, like Jaheim said, you just got to charge it to the game. You just got to go ahead and write off, like on the English text, go right off and charge it to the game and start all over and start finding women that's going to sit their asses down and listen and respond to your program. Because see, the problem now with modern women, many of them have been taught how to be wise, Obsidian. They don't want to be wise, and they've been ran through by so many men that, you know, they can't even pair bond with a man because they had so much fun. And so they come to you already damaged and broken, and they come with expectations, and they come with other men, not children, Obsidian, but in the South we say children, other men children, and they expect you to give them everything when they give you nothing. But what your father got and what your grandfather got were wife-ready women. They were fit. They understood the assignment. They were more God-fearing because whether they were from the Nation of Islam or in Christianity, they were God-fearing. And that's why I'm saying, I always say in the past, they were the greatest women ever.
Fall comes to us in its own time. Finders keepers, losers we.
Sister Bashir said that GMOs and food desserts are pivotal to health problems in terms of food. I agree with her 100%. There's a lot of truth to that. And she's right. Some of that raw chicken is too huge and too big. But let's get back to the conversation, Obsidian. So how was the Black Manosphere Conclave created? When was it founded? And who founded it? The Black Manosphere Conclave was founded in 2021 when its first conclave was held in December 2021 in Atlanta, Georgia. The Black Manosphere Conclave was founded by Theo Waff, Jason Brown, Shannon Rawls, and Mamia Obsidian Ali, all of whom met each other and came out of the late St. Kevin Samuels member-only Facebook discussion group, The Mix, no doubt. And so, you know, there was some Obsidian that said Lil Big Nate played a role. How would you respond to the critics that said Lil Big Nate, you know?
He did indeed early on. Yeah, he did indeed. As a matter of fact, the idea that Lil Big Nate had of black men of like mind coming together still continues to inform and influence us today. Lil Big Nate has moved on to other things, and we wish him well. But yeah, that idea from Lil Big Nate is very, very important. Very important for black men of like mind to work together. I believe the Bible talks about that, about the importance of that and how it's likened to the oil that runs down Aaron's beard, I believe.
Well, yeah. Oh, how good it is for men to dwell together in unity also.
Yeah.
It's good for men to dwell together in unity. Who are the organizers of the Black Manosphere Conclave? The principal organizers of the Black Manosphere Conclave are Theo Waff, Head of STEM and Instruction, Jason Brown, Master of Ceremonies and Social Activities Director, Shannon Rawls, Chief Operator and Mamia Obsidian, our lead communications and public outreach operations. We're further assisted by volunteers and specialists in specific areas when and where the needs are known, when the need arises for. Known as the Four Horsemen of the Black Ministry Conclave, all organizations and executive decisions are made by us and for us alone. So what does that mean? Break that down, brother.
We make no bones about the fact that the Black Manosphere Conclave is by and for Black men. And when we say Black men, because we got Kamala now, so we got to be clear about this. When we say Black men, shout out to Miss Yvette Carnell. She's been doing a lot of work in this regard. ADOS, if you will, African descendants of slaves, Black men whose ancestors were slaves in the United States of America, of African descent, of African lineage. Black men who can trace their lineage in this country well before the Civil War, back in the 1800s, back in the 1700s, some of us even back to 1619. That is what we mean when we say Black men. We are operating in the grand tradition of Booker T. Washington and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X and Paul Robeson and Richard Wright and John Henry Clark and others. That is what we mean when we say that.
Okay, gotcha. That's powerful. And you know what? One of the things Black folks have always done, Obsidian, in spite of racism, in spite of Jim Crow racism, we're not saying that racism don't exist. We're not saying that there's not a systemic variable. I'm not saying that. I would be obtuse and wrong to say that it does not exist. But there becomes a time where we got to galvanize one another and work around it. I had to work around it. Even in my position now, I've had to work around it to become the man that I am now. And so we got to learn how to work around it as men, because men find solutions. We're not saying that racism don't exist. We're not saying that. But I don't think that we should make racism a god. What I'm saying is that I'm sensitive to it, and I understand that there are barriers around it, and I understand that there are systems in place to minimize the efficacy of Black men. But at the same time, I would say that the systems in place, even though it does exist, were greater than it is now. Would you agree with that?
Not only would I agree with it, I take it a step further. I'm glad you brought this up, because I have found, kosher clinician, I know quite a few brothers from another mother, from the other side of the manosphere, the white side of the manosphere, if you will.
Right.
What I have found is that white men will respect you when you stand on business.
Yes, sir.
When you as Black men, you Black men get together and stand on business, white men will respect that. The more Black men work together, the more Black men organize amongst ourselves, the more Black men get accomplished amongst ourselves, regulate amongst ourselves, fund ourselves, the more respect we get from white men. Now, that's not to say that they still don't have their feelings and so on and so forth.
Yes, sir. Right.
But here's my position on that. My position is good fences make good neighbors.
Right.
We do over here. They do what they do over there. We don't interfere with what they doing. They don't interfere with what we doing. Good fences make good neighbors.
Good neighbors. I like that. Right. I like that. Right. And what I've always said, Obsidian, listen, there becomes a time where pragmatism must supersede your emotional volatility. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Matter of fact, more Black men need to be. This is an example of what's going on right now with the election. A lot of Black men, a lot of Black women, mothers, grandmothers, aunties, wives, daughters, and all the rest of it, trying to guilt and cajole and guilt and shame. What our good friend and dearly departed brother St. Kevin said, sign language, shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right, try to get you to do that to vote for. Instead, we need to be very pragmatic. We got this inflation problem. That is a major problem. We have got to get the inflation numbers down. That is hurting business. All these taxes, that is hurting business. Red tape, corruption, that is hurting business. Overregulation, that is hurting business. Why is that important? Because if we don't increase the numbers of Black men employing themselves so they can be in a position to employ other Black men, we are not going to have more Black families. We're not going to have more Black marriages. We're not going to have more Black babies. and we're not going to have a viable black community.
Yes, sir. Right. I totally agree with you 100%. And to take it a step further, a viable America. A viable America, because America is on life support obsidian. We are seeing the vestiges of the American freedom eroding right before our eyes. And I think the reason why so many black men resonate with Trump is because Trump, they all say he's racist. I don't think he's racist. I'm not saying that him, like any other person, don't have their own prejudices, but I don't think Trump is a bona fide racist. One thing about masculine men upset, we know BS when we see it. We can size men up. We know men that are, for the most part, genuine, and men that are full of BS. Would you agree with that?
I 100% agree. And not only that, I think that the idea that Trump is a racist is clearly coming from people who either don't know the very long history of Donald Trump, or they're being seriously intellectually dishonest. One of the two. Now, and there's a lot of things not to like about Trump. As a Trump supporter, I'll be the first to admit it. But the idea that you don't like him because he's a racist, that's ridiculous.
It's dumb, right. Because listen. So let's use pragmatism. Let's say both are racist. We don't think he is a racist. Do you want a racist that's going to give you the best chance for self-actualization? Because Abraham Maslow talked about the self-actualization pyramid: food, water, clothing, shelter, self-esteem, love, and whatever. Then the highest peak was self-actualization. A lot of American women, especially black women, not all, they got things confused. They're trying to self-actualize when they should be concerned about the basic needs under the pyramid. Do you see my point?
Yeah,
they're talking self-actualization, which let's put a black woman in there, which she ain't a black woman. Let's put a black woman into the White House because she got a percentage of African blood, but she ain't a bona fide black woman. But let's put a cosplay into the White House, giving them bootleg biscuits, Bojangling bootleg biscuits, instead of giving them true tangibles. And so they're more focused on the highest point of the pyramid instead of being focalized or focused on the base of the pyramid, which is basic physical needs. And it's problematic because people are suffering upset, and we're going to get into it in a minute. We're going to get deep into it in a minute. But in the meantime, shout out to Brother Carnell Smith. Shout out, thanks for spreading the knowledge onto men on how to optimize his life and avoid the feminist impact. Thanks to Coach Condition, the old man. I had the pleasure to reach Obsidian. I had an opportunity to Obsidian. Carnell Smith, good friend of mine. Him and I have been chopping up for years. And guys, once again, donate to the channel. It took hours to put this show together. Share this stream. If you don't have any money, that's fine. Just donate, share the stream. You share the stream with at least 5 like-minded black men and women. We can get this stream up because Obsidian is giving you guys some good information. Hold tight. So let's get back into it, man. So I'm gonna go back and play the clip of Obsidian, then we're gonna get back to the Black Manosphere Conclave.
Okay.
We have the men here. They're working, they're networking, they're building relationships. Just got done with our second IT session.
Yeah, what you see today here is a group of men from different backgrounds, economic locations coming together for unity to empower men of color, black men specifically, and to encourage them to be the best version of themselves, to challenge themselves, and also to build a form of brotherhood. Me personally, as one of the speakers, it was a privilege to talk to men about how to dress appropriately. Now that they've taken the steps to improve themselves, they also have to present themselves because we know our ethnic image is extremely important.
We want to catch you next year. It's 2024 Houston Black Manosphere event. Definitely come out. We're sold out here. Standing room only, virtual.
All right, so let's get back into it, man. That's showing black men coming together in unity. Black men standing on business, black men trying to curate one another, black men trying to galvanize one another, and black men protecting their image. Many times Obsidian, they continue to share the negative sentiment that the black men don't take care of their kids, black men are lazy. And we know we got some Raekwons and man-mans and day-days. We understand that. But I would say by and large, I think most brothers are decent men. Would you agree or would you disagree with that?
I would. Not only that, not only would I say that, but all kinds of statistics and data supports this. Sad to say. I'm not proud of it, but many ladies in our community get caught up with these knuckleheads, which represent a small percentage. In the Black Manosphere, we call it the 80-20 rule. They're messing around with the small percentage of black men, and they ain't got their heads on straight. And of course, many of them, not all, but many of them end up reproducing with them, creating much bigger problems. The vast majority of black men don't get down like that. That's a fact.
No, I agree. I totally agree, man. There's always been the overgeneralization of traditional black men or the average guy, because the average guy ain't getting women like that. All right, so who may attend the Black Manosphere Conclave, and are women allowed to attend? The Black Manosphere Conclave, as the name suggests, is a private closed-door meeting open to those we deem worthy of induction into our elite circle of black men. Our Chief of Operations, Shannon Rawls, and our STEM, Theo Waff, are required to personally interview each new applicant to the Black Manosphere Conclave, during which the time the new applicant has to go through several rounds of rigorous vetting of his background, aptitude for fitness in the STEM program is assessed, and overall fit and temperament to the applicant to plug into our existing network of elite black men. With regard to women, our policy at the Black Manosphere Conclave is that women are more than welcome to join us, but only after business hours. That is to say, that women will not be permitted into the actual proceedings of the Black Manosphere Conclave, which I agree with, which are typically held from 9 o'clock a.m. to 5 p.m. locally. After 5 p.m., however, the ladies are welcome to join us in socializing activities more where there is no coverage charge. Price a fee for the ladies to attend the Black Manosphere Conclave. What they pay is their willingness to abide by our rules as per the aforementioned, as well as being fit, feminine, friendly, per our late and good dear friend Kevin Samuels. We also ask the ladies to dress in a manner similar to what we require of the black male attendees of the conclave, which is to say, business or business casual, no exception. We cover all expenses for ladies while they are at the conclave. This gives the ladies a chance to catch one of our elite black men on the rise, as we firmly believe in black love and black freedom. No doubt, I love that, and that's very powerful. What would you say to your critics about, like, say, we talk about elite black men. You are autodidact polymath. You are the exception to the rule. You are a self-made man, a self-learned man. Similar to myself. I just took the school route, but you've done it basically by yourself. But what do you say to the traditional blue-collar men that want to join? Is there room and grace for the common black man, the average man? Something I know you used to postulate many times on your show. How would you respond to that?
Not only is it for them, it's designed for them. Benjamin Franklin, self-made man here in the city of Philadelphia, founding father. He would be considered a tradesman and went on to do great things. There have been many other black men who have done as Benjamin Franklin, who was white, have done as well. Dr. Carter G. Woodson said in his immortal classic, The Miseducation of the Negro, that black people, and in this case black men, need to conduct their own studies and researches into history aside from anything that they got from school to study the history of our people. And so I would say that those that are self-learned, self-taught, self-made tradesmen like me, we welcome you with open arms at the Black Manosphere Conclave. We are specifically designed for you.
Right. Because, like I said, you got it from the mud. You got it from the mud. I mean, it's impressive. You wrote a book. You study hard. You work hard. You and I are sitting. We're from the generation where you had to go in the catacombs of higher learning to get the knowledge. There wasn't social media. There wasn't Google. There wasn't books. You had to do microfiche. You had to read several books. You had to read several books and have index cards and outline the paper of discussion. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Today, my God, I wish I had the internet, way back in the day of cuneiform tablets and all that sort of stuff. We were working it out with the big dusty unabridged Webster's Dictionary, Oxford Dictionary, and the Encyclopedia Britannica and that sort of thing. Man, I wish we had the internet today. Today, doing research is a snap. I mean, man, it's a snap.
No, I totally agree, man. Let's finish reading it real quick. And then you say, is there a fee associated with the Black Manosphere Conclave?
But before you do that, let me skip back to number 4, because this is also very important too with regard to women.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Because we got some heat from this. Some ladies don't like the fact that we run the conclave the way we want it. So I want to make something clear right now. Number 1, black men built the Black Manosphere Conclave. We ought to run it.
Yes, sir.
We built it. We organize it. We handle the logistics. We do the heavy lifting, and we fund it. The Black Manosphere Conclave was going to get further down in the fact, but I'll say it now. The Black Manosphere Conclave is the only operation of its kind in the United States of America that is 100% 100% funded by and for black men. We don't take one thin dime from the government, from nonprofit, from white people, or even black women. It is 100% funded by black men. And we have the way that we do things and our system works. And we found that when we introduce the females into the situation, we are introducing a combustible element. Brothers cannot concentrate. That's one of the problems that we got right now with boys in the schools. Brothers can't concentrate, focus on business because you got females in there. They're looking at them. The females are looking at them. All the rest of it. It's causing a major problem.
It's a distraction. It's a distraction.
Yes, a major distraction. We want brothers focused on business.
Right.
And so therefore, the ladies can join us after business hours, not before. There's a lot of ladies don't like that, but that's too bad. They're going to have to get used to it.
Right. Right. No. And listen, I'm saying, let's be real. I know you have a big heart, and that's why so many men were very contentious about women coming into men's spaces. I don't have an issue with a woman coming to a man's space if she have a limited role and she's supporting us as a cheerleader in the background. But having a prominent role in the affairs of men, because consistent with theology said that she will have a desire for her husband. And there's always been a jousting between men and women when it comes down to power. It's always been jousting. And every time in good faith, when men sometimes allow women, we're not talking about righteous women that know how to regulate their emotions, but we're talking about unrighteous women that cannot regulate their emotion, it's always conflict. What would you say to that?
Not only is that true, but we've had several instances of ladies trying to get into the proceedings of the conclave. We have monthly meetings via Zoom call, and they're just for members only of the Black Manosphere Conclave. All of our former alumni and whatnot can get on the call. We've had instances where women have tried to pass themselves off as men so they can get in the call. Find out what's going on. Oh yeah, we've had that several times. We do have that combustible element. We do have these ladies that are agents of chaos, and we are very well schooled and screening them out. Very well schooled.
Right. We got 6 or 7 in the house, guys. Support Obsidian on Rumble. If you have not donated to the channel, donate to the channel. Spread this information, because we are in or at an existentialist crisis as we continue this conversation with Obsidian Mumia Ali. Let's get back into the comments, Obsidian. So let's get to the next one. You did a great job explaining that. So is there a fee associated with the Black Manosphere Conclave? Is there a fee associated? Yes, there is indeed a fee, actually two. One, to attend the conclave itself. The other to pay Theo Waff for its instruction. The STEM fields combined, the fees we charge at the Black Manosphere Conclave are both the lowest in the industry when it comes to big events for black men in the country, while providing the most value as evidenced by alumni who are making very good money in the STEM field and are living very fulfilled, productive lives. Every year we offer early bird ticket prices, typically for several months before the prices rise incrementally into the day of the conclave itself. However, it must be said and stressed that no black man can merely pay his way into the Black Manosphere Conclave, as said above. Each new applicant must be personally interviewed and vetted by Shannon Rawls and Theo Waff and or their personal assistant. The Black Manosphere Conclave has been known to refund the money of those who failed to pass muster the admittance. So please be advised to have all your ducks in a row, and if you wish to attend. And let me add to that, guys. I am a licensed therapist. I hail from the state of North Carolina. I'm matriculated at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I went to North Carolina Central, where I got my bachelor's in social work. I got my license in special ed. I know about the school to prison pipeline. I also worked in law enforcement, to the point when I went to school at Carolina, they were so impressed with my background. They said, we have never had an applicant with your experience and your background. So when I do these shows, I do it to inspire men, but also to more or less talk about the similar work that I did in graduate school around the school to prison pipeline, and to give black men a place of solace so they can live out their lives, as I said earlier, into perpetuity, free of distress, free of harm, free of shame, consistent with the mandates of traditional heteronormative masculinity. I believe in traditional heteronormative masculinity. I don't believe that any other group should more or less supersede traditional heteronormative masculinity. I know there are competing factions in liberal media and liberal government that will try to suppress the voices of traditional men, but Black men with traditional voices must speak out. My essence of as a man and my male sovereignty supersedes my profession. I'm gonna say it again. My essence as a man will always supersede my profession as a therapist. And so I do these shows to more or less to continue to galvanize men and to let men know that they don't have to suffer in silence, Obsidian, because many men, not only do they suffer in silence, but they continue. And so on that note, guys, I will be at the conclave supporting the brothers. I will be doing non-diagnostic consultations. Let me say it again. There will be non-diagnostic consultations, meaning I don't take insurance, because when you're taking insurance, that's a diagnosis that must be satiated through insurance. But I can give you coaching sessions or non-diagnostic consultations regarding parameters of your situation. I am licensed in the state of North Carolina. I'm trying to get licensed in other states as well. So I will be setting up shop with Brother Shannon, Obsidian, and all the brothers. You can come to me. If you got questions around mental illness or mental health, and I will give you the best prescriptors, not a diagnosis, because that would be illegal, but the best prescriptors that are possible and viable to help you matriculate through this current maze called life and the current matrix that we're living in. All right?
Yeah. I'm matter of fact, I'm glad you mentioned that, Kosher Clinician. Yes, Kosher Clinician. We have another brother, younger brother out of FAMU. Both of these brothers went to HBCUs. Another brother out of FAMU, his name is Professor Odie. He also specializes in Black male mental health. Y'all remember a couple years ago, the Shabri Rawls incident. That is what really sparked us. Man, we got to do something about this. We can't. This sister right here, God knows how many Black men she done screwed up, and how many other. And I'm not saying all Black women in the mental health space do it, but clearly, do we really believe that she was the only one? I mean, there has to be some others in there that we just don't know about.
Oh, yes, yeah.
We said, man, we got to do something about this. So this is where we got Kosher Clinician. I said, one man, there's no way one man can deal with, hundreds of brothers. So we got another brother, Professor Odie. They are going to be available for any brother at the conclave. There is a fee involved.
Yes.
But if you want to meet with them one-on-one, non-diagnostic counseling, they are available in their suite all weekend at the conclave.
Yes.
No other event has that. Name another event for Black men where you can, while you're there, and again, for a fee, meet with a licensed counseling therapist that specializes in Black male mental health. Name them.
Right. I totally agree. I totally agree, man. And it's earth shattering, to say the least. And that's why we got to get the message out. Shout out to Sister Bashir for that $5 super sticker. She's another sister that supports our Black male media. Shout out to that dear sister. Shout out to Byron Hammer for that $5. And thank you to my brand, the International Quiet Storm, for getting this message out. And then, guys, also go check out our brother Obsidian at Mumia Obsidian Unleashed on Instagram and Facebook. Go check him out. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. And guys, you can get your tickets, and we're going to get deep into the conversation before we go to the next part of the show. Good stuff, Obsidian. I love you. Got some good questions up here, man. This is well put together. Can ex-felons attend the Black Manosphere Conclave? Yes, our brothers who have done their time and paid their debt to society may attend the Black Manosphere Conclave per stipulations above. The Black Manosphere Conclave is uniquely well suited to provide opportunity to give our brothers on lockdown a new leash on life per point number 1 above. You must have walked off all of your time to the state and society, and you must conduct the life of a model citizen to be eligible to join. In the response to that, brother.
Yeah. I mean, we'll look at our brother Minister Malcolm. I mean, he had a colorful past. Detroit Red. It's a matter of public record. He served his time, paid his debt to society, completely turned his life around. So and once again, in that tradition, for brothers who do the same thing, you paid your debt to society, you turned your life around. Yes, you can start over a brand new life with the Black Manosphere Conclave and make some money and have a really good life. Yes, you can.
I love that, no doubt. Yes, sir. I like that. And I love this question because, what people don't understand, I'm saying, when I became the Kosher Clinician, I did it with the intent to inspire all men. But Black men in America were never seen as Americans, so we created our own subculture within a culture that never saw us as American men. And so that's why when people say, well, why do they say black? Well, because the world never saw us as Americans. They saw us as a subset of the American fabric. Would you agree with that?
I would. And as a matter of fact, Kevin used to always say this, and he's kind of like a patron saint to us at the Conclave. We kind of see ourselves as kind of carrying forward his legacy. He made a really good video. You're still on his channel here on YouTube. Could talk about black man. You belong here too. We belong at the Four Seasons. We belong at the White House. We belong at wherever the best of what this society has to offer. We belong there too because our forebears and our ancestors helped to build it.
Yes, sir.
So we belong there too.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad you brought this up because some people may ask, well, why are we at the Four Seasons? One of two of the best hotels in the entire city of Houston.
Oh, wow.
They only got 2 5-star hotels. We in one of them.
Oh,
why
wow.
are we doing that?
Right.
Most black men have never lived a good life before.
Yes, I like that.
They never ate really good food, never slept in a really good bed, never took a real nice hot shower or a sauna, never used good lotion. I'm talking about simple things. We're not putting women on the side for a minute. I'm talking about good things. Never had a good tailored suit. They don't know what that's like. We want to give black men the experience of what it's like to live the good life. And then we want to ask them after they spent the weekend with us at the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave if they want to go back messing around with flop house floozies in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
See if they want to go back to that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. I love that, man. I love that. You're basically talking about healthy socialization. Healthy socialization can change how you see the world. That's why I said world travel is a byproduct of healthy socialization. When men begin to travel obsidian, they begin to realize they got options outside the current matrix because men are matrix minded. We have been influenced by the matrix. The matrix is a machine. You can either take the red pill, which means I've been in the existentialist crisis, and now it's time for me to come out of that said existentialist crisis, or you can stay in a spiritual comatose and continue to be ran by the machine, only to wake up one day when you're on your deathbed, consistent with Dr. Erickson, where Erickson called it ego integrity based versus despair. And one of the things I tell my clients in therapy, I'm saying, is that you don't want to live your life just existing, but you want to live your life on purpose. You don't want to wake up in the winter or the late winter or the fall of your life, I'm saying, only to realize that what you thought was real really was a facade, only to more or less retract within and to project outside because you thought the people that were telling you about women and life in general, you realize it was just a facade. And that's a very turbulent time in a man's life where he had to experience that. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I agree. I think that Dr. Erickson, I'm familiar with him, very profound name in the field of psychology. And I agree 100% with everything he said.
No doubt. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. How you doing, brother? Good to see you in the house.
Yeah, Dr. Thunder in the building. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, Dr. Thunder in the building doing good work. All right, so we're going to get back into it, then we're going to talk about the Trump effect. All right, so does the conclave, does the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave advertise? How does the word about the MANOSPHERE Conclave get out? So from its beginning, the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave hasn't advertised its events, and we consider the conclave to be something of a, if you know, kind of event. To that end, we prefer not to advertise the conclave, diverting those funds to enriching the experience for our attendees and alumni. Instead, we prefer each one bring one approach. Previous attendees and alumni nominating another black man they think would be worthy of induction to the conclave over just admitting any and everyone who shows up. The Black MANOSPHERE Conclave is a highly selective as to which black men can and cannot join, as no respecter of a black man's station. Moreover, we rely on a word-of-mouth system of getting that word out about the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave out to the black men who would like to attend and join what we're doing. We also advertise the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave via a network and social media influences on their programs, and several of which are part of a Black MANOSPHERE Conclave itself.
Which is what we're doing right now.
Yes, sir. Right.
That's what we're doing right now.
That's what we're doing right now. We're doing it through social media, and the essence of this conversation is have the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave influence YouTube and social media, and we will agree. Yes, you were perniciously attacked to the point your channel was taken down. My channel had been flagged, and I knew who it was several times. It's been demonetized a few times. I'm going to get a Rumble account. I've been talking about it, but it's got to take the time. Let's go ahead and get it done.
Brother, you got to get it done. You got to get it done sooner than later, brother. Got to get it done.
I know Dre got hit too.
Oh yeah, man. They came after him hard. Andre Love Crossing Board. He's going to be joining us at the Black Manosphere Conclave. He's going to be flying in out of Santiago de Cali, Colombia. He's going to be flying in. And this is nobody would say he's a controversial brother. I'm controversial. You're controversial. We got sharp edges. We understand that. Nobody would say that of Andre Love Crossing Borders, him and his lovely wife, Miss Andrea. But the YouTube Politburo went after him pretty much for all intents and purposes. Once they demonetize you, it's pretty much done deal. They demonetized all his channels. I think got like 4 or 5 of them. They just came out of nowhere and demonetized him. But the reason why is because he's giving black men an opportunity at a new life.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want that. The Matrix is real. What Andrew Tate talks about with the Matrix, that is a real thing. They didn't want Andre of Love Crossing Borders unplugging minds, getting brothers away from the Matrix. That's a real thing. That's the reason why they did it to him.
Yes, I agree. I agree 100%, man. And we're going to talk about the shallow government in a minute. Shout out to my man, Carnell Smith. It's Carnell Smith, guys. It's the #1 sponsor of this stream with the $50 holler. And then also my man, Sora C. Shout out to Carnell Smith, as he is the #1 sponsor of this stream with the $50 holler. Thank you to brother Carnell Smith. He's the #1 sponsor. That brother is a good man. And once again, shout out to that dear brother.
It's the money.
And Upset, I want to talk about some. These are some terms that I created, Upset, and I created this because I am the coach and clinician. But I don't know if you remember, Upset, when we were kids, people would say psych. They will always say psych. You remember, you might say, well, Coach, I got some money for you. You said, where's the money? Then they say psych.
Yeah.
And so this is what these Boule buffer class Negroes do, Upset. They part of the Divine Nine, but many of them are Boule simps. They're the upper crust of Negroes. So I created terms, Upset, to more or less pontificate what's going on, because psychomorphology is a term that I created because it stands for this. Psychomorphology is the study of politicking, political gaslighting, trauma hustling, race hustling, victim hustling, manipulation. But the last one I've seen is seen as part of dark triad traits is Machiavellianism. How would you respond?
That sounds about right. That sounds
does that sound right, Upset?
That's exactly what we got going on right now. Like I said, we got the situation. We already know the playbook. They're going to come at us, with the dear mama tactics, the sign language, the no voting, no vucking, and all that sort of stuff. Try to blackmail you with the threatening with you with the box, all this sort of stuff. These are psychological tactics that have been used on the black man's psyche. So nothing, it doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yes, sir. And the next one is a psychomorph. Each of these men are psychomorphs. And what they do, they will invent their venom into the psyches of men. Shout out to Edward Anderson. He called it mentally transmitted diseases. And so what a psychomorph does is an individual that manipulates your emotion for political gain, once again, political gaslighting, empty promises, through fear, only to not deliver, mostly to black people. I call it obsidian, the Porky Pig syndrome. And hold tight, because we know that the chief of the Porky Pig is Roland Martin.
Somebody get Roland Martin. We gonna get let's put a neck on layaway for this. This has no neck.
We can't say that. If Paula Dean said,
McDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on this farm he had some chicks, E-I-E-I-O.
Welcome to TV One.
You mean that you won't give me the A? What
Welcome to TV One. Paula Deen. If you will say that.
That's all, folks.
Wow. Leave it to Tariq Nasheed, man. He's really got a talent for this sort of stuff.
Yeah, man. And I call it the porky pig syndrome because it's basically political filibustering. It's political filibustering, saying a lot and not saying a deep thing, only to leave you in a state of suspended animation and frustrate. And it's very convincing. You know, in the clinical, we call it jamming. It's called jamming. You know, you keep jamming a person. It's really a psychological manipulation tool where you keep jamming a person to the point that they submit and surrender to the whims of a person. But I call it the porky pig syndrome. We'll talk about that in a minute. But a lot of folks have got black folks caught up in the porky pig syndrome where they're giving them not pork, but poke. They're giving them poke like Fittler gave LeVar Burton poke. He didn't give them pork because the overseer Negroes don't think that you deserve pork, but they will give you poke, the part of the pig that they don't want. Massa was eating pork chop. He was eating the lean parts of the pig, but he gave the Negro the chitlin, the feet, the head. They gave him poke, and we're gonna talk about Fittler in a minute. But then another stage is the condition of obsidian, where a person becomes psychomorphed. They become psychomorphed when you have been a victim of the Stockholm syndrome. One of the reasons why obsidian you're not talked about on prior shows, I only use the N word, and nor did I use the C word because it is a byproduct of transgenerational trauma. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna do a show on it at some point. I don't use the N word or the K word because it's a byproduct of transgenerational trauma. In the South Obsidian, where I'm from, I would hear my grandmama say, not Lord have mercy, but Lord have mercy. You might say, well, what does that mean? Well, that came from grandmama learning from her grandmother about seeing granddaddy being victimized by white men in the South. So it became a cultural phenomenon to say, Lord have mercy. No different than when you think about people using the NIGGA word because it's not a term of endearment. It's a term of enslavement and a term of bondage. And I'm going to prove my point. In the South, they would use the IGGA word because in the South, it's hot. So they wouldn't say hard R, they would say A. And so the house slave thought he was better than the field slave. And the overseer was a buffer class. He was one of the buffer Negroes that wanted the benefits of the house slave and to be the right side of master. So in order to make themselves feel good, they would look down on the field slave. And so they would call them NIGGA as a way to more or less make that person feel like they were less than because they were trying to get the validation of their white predecessor. So you can either speak life into a person obsidian or you can speak death. That's why during the Black Power movement in the 60s, they went from saying NIGGA to saying, what's up, brother? What's up, sister? What's up, man? Do you see my point?
Yeah, I do.
What's up, sister? What's up, brother? What's up, man? Because that word NIGGA is a Southern colloquialism that people have been transmitting for years. So they're actually transmitting trauma instead of transmitting life because life and death is in the power of the tongue. No other ethnic groups tell that. You don't hear Jews saying, what's up, my height or whatever. They don't use those racial epithets to refer to one another. But because we suffer from the Stockholm syndrome, some of us suffer from identity issues, we continue to perpetuate the narrative of white supremacy. That's why I'm shocked when so-called pro-blacks use that terminology. Some of these brothers I like, but I would challenge them into a debate and saying you are actually transmitting trauma when you keep saying the same things over and over again. And then the last one obsidian is psychomorphism. Psychomorphism is the formation of how it happens. Porky pig syndrome and plantation politics, the continuation of manipulation and deception through political filibustering, boule magic, which is these are the buffer class Negroes, and magical Negroes lead to psychotic rage and more delusion. Now watch this, obsidian, it gets deep. In the clinical world, there's a term called ego syntonic. When an ego is syntonic, it thinks that its delusion is right. And so these buffer class Negroes are called magical Negroes because they think that a person that's delusional have what's called magical thinking. I call it magical thinking by proxy. And so they think that by their magical thinking, they can create realities outside of what's actually real. And so what these boule buffer class Negroes do, they give you boule magic. I'm telling you that you can have hope. But when you look at the evidence, because in the clinical, we call it collaborative empiricism, there's no evidence that what they're trying to say is going to actually be beneficial to Black folks. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. I think that, like I said, we have got to, Black men, we have got to really sit down with ourselves and ask ourselves a critical question here. Who's paying Black men? Who's paying you?
Right.
Very few Black men I have found can say that they make their daily bread from other Black men.
Mm-hmm.
Very few.
Mm-hmm.
If you think about the community at large, the one brother that can say that would be barbers.
Mm-hmm.
But when you sit down and think about it, how many Black men are able to say that they make their daily bread from Black men? Why is that important? Because again, whoever pays the piper calls the tune.
Yes, right. I like that, man. Right. And it's time for Black men to begin to wake up and start speaking out against some of the injustices that we're seeing. So let's get back to the conversation. I want to make sure we cover this before we get to the next part. So where is the Black Manosphere Conclave held? The Black Manosphere Conclave is held in a different city each year. We choose each city on a number of factors, including percentage of Black population. We prefer cities with high percentage of Black population whenever possible. Its role in the burgeoning STEM economy, amenities, public safety, and so on. As said earlier, our inaugural conclave was held 2021 in Atlanta, known worldwide as the Black Mecca. Our second conclave was held in Philly, another Black city, and our third conclave was held in Atlanta again. And the upcoming conclave in 2024 will be held in Houston. We are currently considering other cities such as to host the fifth conclave in the fall of 2025. Go ahead and respond to that. Go ahead.
Yeah. We definitely want to, as much as possible, have our conclaves held where they're Black people, and the reason why is because we found that our conclaves actually put money into the economy locally. Mm-hmm. So we want to give as many Black folks the opportunity to, be able to benefit from us being in their hometown. So we have a lot of Black people in the hospitality business. There's a lot of people in Houston that work at the Four Seasons. We were very pleased to find that out. So they will benefit from that. We want to try to, liaise with, local Black businesses in the area, things of that sort. So that's the reason why we do that.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. All right, brother, hold tight. Let's get back to it. All right. So this is a good question, and we're going to get to this. Is a very good question, I'm saying. Is the Black Manosphere Conclave political? While we do not consider the Black Manosphere Conclave to be a political organization per se, it is undeniable that many, perhaps most of our attendees and alumni are small C conservative, center right wing in their social political leanings and inclinations, and will best be described as moderate in their views. For the most part, the majority of those Black Manosphere conclaves tend to agree with the basic American principle of strong national defense. Yes, sir, I love that. Strong borders, lower taxes, and red tape for business. Freedom of speech, association, and expression, and more traditional family and norms. And on that note, I'm saying let's get back to this clip because I love that, brother. That is dope. Let's get back to this clip, and we're going to finish talking about it. Hold tight.
New man, same old grind, gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up and my fist held high, gonna fight till the day that I die.
No dawn, no era. I ain't a saint, nah, I'm something much rarer. I speak facts, I spit truth. I stand tall after all I've been through. I could've bowed out, I could've given in. Instead I bounce back, my rise is imminent. There's no breaking my stride, to the top I'll climb. With my fist held high, with my fist held high.
same old grind. Gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up and my fist held high. Gonna fight till the day that I die.
Red tie, white collar, blue skies, got 'em raining green dollars. JT, my MVP, we bout to show you how it's done, no CAP. I could've bowed out, I could've given in. Instead I bounced back, my rise is imminent. There's no breaking my stride, to the top I'll climb. With my fishtail tie, with my fishtail tie.
New man, same old grind. Gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up and my fist held high. Gonna fight till the day that I die. New man, same old grind. Gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up and my fist held high. Gonna fight till the day that I die.
With my fishtail tie, with my fishtail tie. With my fishtail tie, with my fishtail tie.
I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit. And,
Okay. First fuck Big Mike and that dick that hang. West Palm, nigga, Mar-a-Lago is the gang. Locked up, tons of black fathers, that's a fact. I'll let Joe Biden say it though.
You ain't black.
Give it up, pack it in, sick of the cackling. Taking these around balls, way before Kaepernick. Locked up for marijuana, you imprisoned them. You were smoking weed at the time, what a hypocrite. Montel Williams and Willie Brown. Guess you have a thing for Willies, bet your dad's really proud. A crisis at your border, ignoring the reporters. Under you and Biden, $1 was worth a quarter. The new world order really wants you in, but it's Trump 2024, we're about to win. Bigly, hugely, trust me, I would know it. I still can't believe you believe Jussie Smollett. I'm meeting with rabbis, pastors, preachers, cops, firefighters, God-fearing believers. You're meeting with RuPaul, transgender teachers, creatures, cutting off their primary features. I'm working for God, you work for the Grim Reaper. On Soros's payroll, they should call you Caesar, cause every time you speak, it's a big word salad. I heard in college guys called you hot to a Harris. They try to do me like JFK in the drop top. The party of defunded police loves the top cop. You give it slop top, Kamala Lewinsky. When you talk in public, you always sound tipsy. You make Pelosi sound like Einstein. Not a worthy opponent, but I guess I'll find time. Your bottom shelf Chardonnay, me, I'm fine wine. Look at California, you and Gavin cannot fight crime. Bailed out rioters during BLM, then a few that murdered people wasn't shown on CNN. But I'm not surprised, that's just the fake news. And we all know that they pay you, I stay true.
We did it, Joe. You're gonna be the next president of the United States.
Man, are you dealing with issues like this?
Some black men are interested in voting for her, and then you have other black men who are not. I talked about that extensively in a video on my channel, how black men are turning their back on Kamala Harris. And such is the case for a brother like this.
Dear black men, please remain strong. There's going to be a pressure on us to vote Democratic and for us to endorse Kamala Harris. Do not fall for the symbolism. Do not fall for the chucks and pearls. As black men, our vote is highly needed. And there's already talk about black men can't be trusted to vote for Kamala Harris. Well, you're exactly right. We're not falling for the you're not black if you don't vote for Joe Biden. We're going to logically make an informed decision. Kamala Harris has already went on record saying she would not pass any bills or laws that would directly benefit African Americans. So black men, let's be very careful. Let's be able to deal with the criticism. Let's be able to deal with being called sellouts. Let's be able to deal with being called racist. Because right now, the Democratic Party needs our vote for Kamala Harris to be president. And they're already saying we can't be trusted. Well, you're right. We can't be trusted. We're going to make an informed decision. Kamala Harris, sit down. What are you willing to do for the black race other than falsely represent us as a black woman with chucks and pearls in your sorority? Black men, it's finna get hard. We are under attack, but we must remain strong.
But then,
Harris is not the answer. Book a session. Harris is not the answer. Book a session.
You mean to tell me that the possible first black female president, her primary message, her platform is to promote the very thing that was meant to wipe out our race? That's what she's running on?
What do you mean by that?
When Congress passes a law to restore those freedoms, I will sign it into law.
1 Kamala, 2 Kamala, 3 Kamala, whoa. Which candidate you endorse? Fried chicken to jerk sauce. Chopsticks to rice off. President is on the menu. Now you got some black in you. Willie Brown, see that's irrelevant. Montel Williams said you were celibate.
Yes, I know. There needs to be outreach and inclusion.
And certainly you could become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good.
You could become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good.
First Indian vice president.
Yes, I know.
And so black women's intelligence. She's not like us. Where's your lineage? Half Jamaican and half Indian. Around us, she black pretendian.
Yes, I know.
Tulsi Gabbard had you fidgeting.
Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
have you ever smoked?
I have.
Like
And I inhale. I did inhale.
She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California.
You actually locked anybody up?
No, we never locked anybody up.
Lying ass bitch. Sister girl, she repositioning. All the black men in prison them. What about Matrice Richardson? Black man on death row found innocent. You fake as a pink iguana. You the female version Obama.
Yes, I know.
Banging
Yeah,
Snoop, blow marijuana. You take after your white mama.
Yes, I know.
You'll have white Jamaican father.
Yes, I know. Celebrating Kwanzaa. Every year, our family would, and our extended family, we would gather around.
You ain't celebrating no Kwanzaa.
Yes, I know.
All the black women support you. They projecting, this is why they endorse you.
Yes, I know.
Their self-worth is cracked. Identify what you know and you ain't black. Only reason to vote, you saying that. Say the hell with your people, it's all cap.
Yes, I know.
Reparations, you heard her, she like, aw. Give something only to black people? No.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
The 44,000 of y'all. Short the 42 million who didn't call. What I'm saying, it's all facts.
Democrats do not want to talk about Kamala Harris' policy. This is a rabbit hole. They want to play the race card to distract. I'm voting for Trump because I want a secure border. I want low prices. I don't like inflation. On the other hand, you got Kamala Harris, Edward, who wants open border, who wants to eliminate ICE, who compares ICE with the KKK. I don't like those policies, but they insult the intelligence of every black American because they're asking black Americans to vote based on skin color.
Don't give them nothing, just tell her skin is black.
Skin is black.
And you ain't black.
Skin is black.
No. Kamala.
Skin is black.
Her skin is
Skin is black.
And you ain't black.
Skin is black.
Her skin is
Skin is black.
Her skin is
Skin is black.
Her skin is
Skin is black.
And you ain't black. 1 Kamala, 2 Kamala, 3 Kamala, whoa. You don't support us, we don't vote. We stand on business and we spoke. Reparations, we heard you, you said no. 1 Kamala, 2 Kamala, 3 Kamala, whoa. Which candidate you endorse? Fried chicken to jerk sauce. Chopsticks to rice off. Black men, we say no to Kamala Harris. You can't come over here and pretend like you one of us. 1 minute you Indian, 1 minute you Asian. Nah, just be that. That's who you get to vote for you.
Skin is black.
Yeah.
Skin is black.
can't run on.
Say, I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people? No.
And you ain't black.
Do you support reparations for black people?
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people? No.
Okay, I see what you is. Bitch, you played yourself. I'm sorry. Played yourself. Bitch, you had a chance.
All right. So, Obsidian, did the manosphere once again force social media to hear black men? What would you say about that? And also, I think your question is spot on about black men and partisan politics and how we think as rational men. What would you say about that?
I think the answer to the first question is that the results speak for themselves. We're being talked up now on. Did you see Anton Daniels on Fox News? He was there recently.
Sir. I saw
shout out to him. He did a wonderful job.
Anton. Yes, sir.
And we're being talked about on, I believe it was CNN. They said, don't listen to those manosphere guys. Don't listen to them. So, I mean, we're being talked about in the national news. I think I've been saying for the longest time, for years and years and years, to brothers, do not underestimate the power of our influence.
Right.
It's bigger than we realize.
Yes, sir.
And now I've been saying that for years. Here we are, and here we go.
Hold tight. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, man. I think Kevin Samuels was one of the clarion callers, besides some of the forerunners that came before him, like the Black Rams of the world. Shout out to Black Ram.
Black Ram 313.
Yes, sir. General Tito.
Yes, sir. General Tito.
Shout out to brother General Tito. Once again, shout out to you and 2.0, Angry Man, O'Shea. I know Kevin was more of an adjacent. Shout out to Dennis Furl. I'm a Dennis Furl about 3.0. Edward Anderson, BGS, myself, Machismo TV, Dr. Ron Neal, Tia-San Johnson, and many, many, many more, to say the least. We all came together, Obsidian, as men from different perspectives and different persuasions, but we understood succinctly that there was an issue in heteronormative masculinity, and that is the personification of true masculinity, which is leadership. So many men identify with Trump, Obsidian, in my best estimation, is because Trump is masculine. He's very masculine. He says what he want to say. Part of masculinity of the past was not to be more or less pigeonholed by liberal BS. Myself, man, I've lost jobs because I'm very vocal. I've been set up, almost didn't graduate from school because I didn't do nothing wrong, but I just don't go along. I can't go along to get along. It's just not in my nature. I mean, I can be respectful, but when I know something at my core is right, I just can't be quiet. I just can't. It's just not in my nature to be passive, And
well, you and me both, brother. You and me both. I can't do it either. I can't get down like that.
Can't do it. I don't know. You and I both fire signs. I don't live about the zodiac, but I'm a Leo. You know anything about Leos? Leos are very powerful.
We're roaring like a lion.
We roar like lions, man. We don't fear. We don't back down. And we straight arrows. We straight shooters. We say what we mean. We mean what we say. We stand on business, and we very honest. And so, it's not in my nature to be a tap dancing bojangler. It's not in my nature. It's not. And I'm no doubt like that. It is what it is. But I thought that was I didn't know you had that question in, man. That's a very, very powerful question. And a lot of black men and women are beginning to vote moderate. Once again, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I am a independent, and I tend to adhere to traditional conservative policies. I'm a fiscal conservative as well. Yeah. And I think a lot of black men are that. What do you say to those that say, oh, those manufacturers are Republicans? What would you say about that?
I would say thank you. Yeah, I accept. Thank you. I mean, we brothers, we don't apologize for, like you said, standing on business. Yo, man, I was looking at my gas bill the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that thing is in the thousands.
Oh, wow.
In the thousands.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not possible for me to burn up that much gas. It ain't just me and my lady friend.
Mm-hmm.
But that just goes to show you how expensive gas is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because you got to heat the house and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's expensive as hell. And I know that there are other brothers. I mean, I'm not asking you to go into your household expense or whatever, but I'm pretty sure it's expensive for you. I'm pretty sure it's expensive for a lot of brothers. This is not good. Expensive as hell.
I totally agree.
Electric expensive as hell. All the energy costs.
Everything
Gas
expensive.
to fill up your car, heat for the house, electric, groceries expensive as hell. This is not good for the economy. It's definitely not good for business.
Right.
But, you know, we supposed to be okay with that? That's insane. I know every brother listening to me right now, bills sky high.
Yes, sir. Right. Sky high, man. Sky high, gas high. You know, their rent is high. Everything is high. But somehow these silly Negroes, they voted for tokenism when she became vice president, and now they still want to vote for tokenism, not understanding with their selfish desires that those are in the boule or the upper class. They got money, power, prestige, especially the high-ranking ones. But to the common man, the hard-working black folks that are middle class and working class and that are moderate in income, they're being hit by a bunch of taxes. But somehow they don't see that because they're more concerned about tokenism and symbolism, identity politics, instead of true power. What would you say?
I would agree with that. And you know, and not only would I agree with that, look, it may not be politically correct to say, Kevin used to prove this all the time. Most black women, I'm not going to say every last one, but most black women have no understanding of economy, of economics.
I
None.
totally agree. Right.
They don't have no understanding of money, no understanding of spending, no understanding of debt, no understanding of inflation. They don't understand any of these things. They don't. And you know, Kamala Harris is another one. I'm reading through her plan. She's going to add damn near $2 trillion to the deficit, man. It's going to make it worse than what we got right now. Like I said, every black man listening right now, they bill sky high across the board. And what she's talking about is going to make it even worse.
Yes, right. And not only that, you know, when I think about you, your father, shout out to my man Dre from Love Crossing Borders. He said, shout out to Coach and the old man. Shout out to Dre. Dre's a good brother. Has been saving men's lives with world travel. I do plan to see Dre at some point in Colombia. I just got to figure out when I'm gonna do it. And shout out to that dear brother. Nothing but love and respect for him. And also shout out to my man Greg with Scott. Y'all forgive me for I didn't see these super chats earlier. I apologize. He said, look at any black woman who refuses to recognize the importance of black men's concerns about Kamala's political activities are enemies of thinking black men. I agree with that. How would you respond to that?
I would agree as well. I mean, the thinking black man really going to have to really stand tall during this election season. A lot of people, many of them black women, but a lot of black men.
Yeah,
we're going to try to guilt you into trying to vote and whatnot. You just got to stick with the principle. You got to stick with it. You got to stand tall. A lot of black men are afraid that they won't get sex. A lot of black men are afraid to make mama unhappy. A lot of black men are afraid of, you know, being, you know, the last man standing. You got to stand tall, man. You just got to stand tall. That's the reason why the conclave is so important, because it's important for black men to stand together. Because a lot of black men are going to fold. I hate to say that, but a lot of black men are going to fold, and they fold over and over and over again.
Yes, sir.
They folded in 2018. They folded in 2022 with Stacey Abrams. Black men voted for Stacey Abrams. Over 80% in both elections. Who does she blame for losing? Black men. When she lost the black female vote by the white female vote rather. She lost the white female vote in Georgia over 65%.
Wow. Not
in
surprised.
both elections. But she blamed black men for it.
Right. Almost like we own her son. Almost like thinking that black folks are monolith. The black people are not a monolith. We were never a monolith. We weren't even monoliths when we came on the slave ship. We were from different tribes, different countries, and we had different religions. We were forced to become one because of the condition, but we were never wholly one. And so I'm not going to damn vote for nobody because your skin color is black. Some of my greatest allies have been people from different persuasions. So I'm not going to just damn vote for you because you got black skin And I don't give a if you don't care about the traditional black heteronormative masculinity with black men leading and you follow their leadership, you can go sit your ass down somewhere because I'm not voting for you. I stand on 10 toes for traditional black men being the leaders of their homes, being the leaders in their families, being the leaders in their communities. But many of these boule preachers and these buffer class Negroes, they, the Steve Harveys of the world, Hogan Head Martin, Heron Head, Ricky Smiley, they just sell you on damn hopes and dreams. They're what I call magical Negroes, and they promote what's called magical Negroology by proxy. They think by getting an approximation to them that they're gonna bring forth some true radical change. And like I said, we can see through the BS. I can see it, you see it. We see right through the BS. We've always seen through the BS, and most of all, man, they're not used to intelligent, rational men. They use things from a rational approach. We're sick of poppy talk. We want tangibles. We want tangibles that can be beneficial to us long term. Even if we don't get a reparation in this election, which I hope we do, we still want tangibles that are going to be beneficial to black traditional men and traditional black women. Because if this woman become president, and I'm saying I got some intel that's going to shock you, brother. We're in a world of trouble. We are in a world of trouble. So I got some intel that I want to share with you, actually from your city. Yeah, I'm gonna show it to you, brother. I got some intel for you, and I definitely need your feedback. So I'm trying to think, should I read all of this? I'm gonna read all of this because I know you want me to read. So let me finish reading all of this. All right. So after several generous rounds by personal fundings by Theo Wilf, head of STEM instruction and training conclaves, the Black MANOSPHERE Conclave proved itself profitable with the Conclave 2023 at Atlanta, and we have been growing by leaps and bounds since then in the run up to the 2025 Conclave in Houston. As of last, we placed a number of 4 in the biggest events for black men in the country in less than these 5 years. We are living proof of what black men can do when they work together and plan together and trust each other to get the job done. I like that part. Egos. Many times men, I'm seeing struggle with egos and power. Women can struggle with their emotions, but men and women both have an ego. The ego of a woman is mostly predicated in vanity. But the ego of a man is mostly predicated in power. While women can lust for power, many times it's beauty and vanity, where with men is power. How do we satiate the egos of men while galvanizing one another at the same time?
Well, I think that the success of the conclave is that we have a very healthy respect for each other's area of expertise.
Right.
We understand what we're good at and what we're not so good at. And we stay in our lane and trust other brothers in the conclave among the leadership to do what needs to be done. So I would say to any black man, you got to find out what you're really good at first. Find out what you're good at and stick to that. And let the brothers who are good at something else work that. They do their job, you do yours.
Right.
That's what I would say to that.
No doubt.
No brother can be good at everything.
Yes, sir. Right. I totally agree, man. That's why I tell people, having a degree, it just means you have a degree of knowledge. No man is encompassing of all degrees, but in my opinion, God, Yahweh, Jesus, he's the only one that was a master teacher, a master carpenter, a master builder, a mystic, a master scientist, a master politician, a master prophet, a master prophet. He was the encompassing and the personification of all degrees because he's omnipotent. But I'm saying you and now, we have degrees of knowledge that when we come together, we can have a mastermind. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, a mastermind. A mastermind. Yes, sir.
Yes, I would agree with that. I would. I would, and more black men need to be doing that.
Yes, sir.
Right. And I really do believe, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the conclave leadership. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. But I honestly do believe that the Democrat Party saps black men's will. I really do believe that. I think that being independent, the Republican Party is the party of freedom, party of Abraham Lincoln, party of abolition and ending slavery, party of freedom. And I believe that if more black men are free, we can achieve a whole lot of things. And the Democrat Party is the party of slavery, the party of the plantation.
Right.
And many black men have been weakened by the Democrat Party, in my opinion.
I totally agree, man. I would say weakened because it goes against some of the traditions of our ancestors. I've always told folks I'm sitting that the Democratic Party policies are antithetical to the teachings of our ancestors, meaning traditional black families. Black folks have always been conservative, even with alphabet policies. The right to freedom of speech, the power to give traditional godly black churches to speak truth and to proclaim the gospel, the right to give men rights to have rights over their children. But it's like they vote for policies that are antithetical to themselves. They'll say, I believe in God, but you can't believe in God when you vote for policies that are antithetical. I'm talking about wholly antithetical to the core of your being. Imagine a time of sitting, if a politician said that they told Muslims, and they won't mess with Muslims because they know Muslims won't give them that work.
Oh no,
But
you better believe it.
they won't mess with Muslims. They won't go into a mosque telling them, damn, you gotta eat pork and vote for alphabet policy. They're not gonna do it because they know Muhammad and Muslims will give them that work. But do you think if a Muslim was voting for Harris and Harris came up with a mandate that said that you gotta push pork in all mosques, do you think Muslims will accept that nonsense?
I think this is the best way to respond to that.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Yeah, that.
And I totally agree. But somehow the core tenets of the Christian faith, these boule pastors, and some of these silly men and women that say they're believers, they still support policy. Your faith shall always supersede everything. If government tells you to do things outside your faith, then you need to follow your faith. We're not saying not to follow government, but government never supersedes faith. But somehow, these empty intellectuals don't see it. Are the Black Manosphere Conclave required to pay annual fees? How would you respond to that?
Yes. We're talking about that. We want to get into that, but we haven't decided official policy yet. But we are in talks about that in the future. My position, I think so, but that has to be decided amongst the three, the leadership of the conclave. So no, we have no official policy on that. My particular view is that we should, but that's something that has to be decided. It's bigger than just me, and we will be having future conversations on that particular point.
All right. The last one before we get into the deeper part of the show: are attendees of the Black Manosphere Conclave required to bring any equipment with them? Yes, all attendees wishing to partake of TheoWAS STEM instruction and training must bring a laptop, Mac, or PC with a minimum of 8 gigabytes of RAM, Wi-Fi capable, and a battery life that will hold a charge of minimum of 3 hours. All attendees wishing to attend Theo STEM instruction and training courses must also supply their own cordage for their laptops. Outlets and power strips will be provided at the conclave. You cannot take the TheoWAS STEM course on a pad or smartphone. That's the last question before we get to the second part of the show. Go ahead.
Yeah, because a lot of brothers, Theo was telling me, a lot of brothers have this idea that they can take the course on their smartphone or the tablet pad, and they cannot. So I had to make that clear that if you want to take his course, you must bring a laptop, either MacBook or PC, whatever PC style notebook that you want to bring, laptop you want to bring, but it must be a laptop.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to include that in there.
No doubt. This young man says, it's good to hear intelligent Black men like you guys speak. Makes me reflect a lot. I'm 31. Yeah, we do these shows to galvanize young men because a lot of times men suffer in silence and they just don't have they're afraid to speak out. I'm not afraid to speak out. I know I take risks speaking out, but I'm not afraid. Pasada said, I'm sitting on YouTube. All right, that's good. All right. So Gregory Scotland said, even Umar is getting heavy for not going along with the current narrative.
Oh man, we covered it the other day over on Rumble. Man, the sisters are hollering, boy. They giving that brother the work of God because he's not falling in line behind Kamala. They basically mutiny. I call it a mutiny. They mutinied on him. They turned on him.
Right. They turned on him. Right. I totally agree. Yeah. And they only want people obsidian that more or less placate to the gynocratic standard, the gynocratic issues. For all those women that have their own issues with Trump, you don't have to like Trump. But Trump policies, in my opinion, are better. They always use fear tactics. Once again, they talk about Project 2024, and Trump is not associated with Project 2024.
No, he is not.
He is Project 47. But they use fear tactics, and these same women that are complaining, Obsidian, when the barbarians come at the door, they'll be the same ones saying, "Oh, black men don't protect black women.
How
They
about
don't protect us." Am I right or wrong?
Oh yeah,
They're the main ones that said black men don't protect black women.
And they love quoting Malcolm X from 1960. The most unprotected woman in America is black women, and so on and so on and so on. So yeah, we know the playbook. We know what they're going to do. It's just the question is, are black men going to go for the okie doke again?
Now, Ray Hammerforth said you must come with black $400 in order. So what is he talking about? I'm going to make sure. What is he?
Beg your pardon?
What is he referring to? He said, but you must come with $400 in order to start.
Oh, well, he's talking about the fee for Theo Waff's course. So, like I said earlier, there's two fees. There's one fee to get into the conclave itself. There's another fee to pay Theo for his course, which is about $400. I mean, forget dirt cheap. I mean, that's my God. He's giving away the store for that, pretty much.
Right, because he did it for free last year, right?
He did it for free the very first year, yes.
Okay, he did it for free, right. And so what is the potential outcome of this $400? If a person get in the class, they can make how much money probably?
Over $100,000.
Wow, so it's a good investment then.
You better believe it. We as black men, you have to invest in yourself. You have to be willing to invest in yourself. That's why we have you, Professor Odie. We have books available. We have teachings. We have other experts coming in. You have to be willing to invest in yourself. If you don't invest in yourself, who is going to invest in you?
I totally agree. We're about to go to the second part, guys. We're going to start in a minute.
Let me chill.
Get the likes up for me, please. Get the likes up. We're about to go to the second part real quick. I want to sit and break some of this down. I'm going to fast forward some of it. But in the meantime, guys, get the likes up. And we're about to go to the second part because I want Obsidian to break this down. Hold tight. Hit that like button and share this stream if you're not a beta male. All right, man. Trump 2024. Many black men are voting for Donald Trump. A lot of black women are waking up because they're sick of the nonsense and the boule magic. But let's listen to hearing head Ricky Smiley. I love Ricky Smiley, but Ricky doing some hearing heads. He's doing some goofy stuff upstairs. Actually, we're gonna put it here so you can see it a little better. So hold time.
Game changer, dog.
Man, talk about
y'all better come get me off this radio today.
Hey,
you keep going. You want to keep going, dog? You want to keep going?
They ain't gonna be mad at you today, Rick.
I don't care. Well, stop me.
Go, dog. Go.
I don't care about who get mad. I know I'm right. Exactly. I know I'm right. Y'all need to stop. Do y'all realize Medgar Evers died for voting rights? All these people that have risked their life from slavery up into the civil rights movement, just so we can have an opportunity to do what we do, to do what we can do.
Here we go.
We ain't seen nothing like this since Barack Obama was running for president in 2008. We need to stop.
The great John Lewis.
Right. John Lewis and Ralph Abernathy. All of these people that have paved the way for us. We are the new civil rights leaders. We got to get behind people like Ben Crump and Kamala Harris and all these people out here that's doing, like Roland Martin and all of these people that's out here, and Joy Reid. If you want to be educated, if you really want to know the truth, all you got to do is turn to MSNBC and watch Joy Reid, and she gonna give you a whole history lesson every night on MSNBC, and then after that, Rachel Maddow. All you gotta do is just watch it.
And it's not opinion, it's facts.
Don't do this right here.
All right, so a lot of these boule Negroes are part of the Matrix, Obsidian, and they're pushing agendas that are counterintuitive to Black America. I call them the boule overseers, boule Bojangles, and they're boule overseers, and they tell the field Negroes how to think, and they think how Massa want them to think. And as you said earlier, whoever's paying you would dictate your talking points. How would you respond to that?
Well, again, who is paying Ricky Smiley? Are black men paying Ricky Smiley?
Right.
If the answer is no, then the question becomes, then who is paying him? And there you have your answer.
Totally agree. Hold time. Let's get to this.
Yeah, and
don't be on the internet doing Kamala Harris like that.
Yeah,
I don't care what issue you got with black women. Your mama's a black woman. How about that? Let's start there.
Ricky
Your mama's a
Smiley, I
black
love you, but crying on the
Go ahead, go ahead.
Your mama is a black woman. See, there it is.
The
Dear mama.
over-identification.
There it
Over-identification,
is.
man.
Your
Yes, sir.
mama is a black woman. I
Your
was
mama
reading on
black
the air
woman.
the other day. I was on the air. Mark Morial of National Urban League fame said he would get ran out of the house by his mama if he didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I just shook my head.
Yeah. Right. The women telling the men how to think. The women leading the men instead of the men leading the woman. And look where that got us when man allowed woman to lead him, instead of him leading woman. Look at what that got us. When you think about any man, I'm saying that when they allow their women to lead them based on their emotions, it's always into chaos. I see it in marriage relationships. It happens all the time. A man is supposed to lead his woman and get her advice and allow her to have a level of autonomy, but he never allows his woman to damn lead him. A woman, in my mind, ideally should be following the same political framework as her husband, because she's supposed to be his helpmate. You're not helping your husband if you're voting for policies that are antithetical to that man, the community, and the family. How would you respond to that?
Not only is what you're saying true, we see this reflected in the politics. If you go to the Pew Research Center and look up the partisan divide, you see that the Republican Party appeals much more to not just married men and married women, but also to widowed men and widowed women. Whereas single women, divorced women, and separated women go for the Democrats by a wide margin. So there you go, right there.
Right. That makes sense. Right. Hold tight.
radio for Kamala Harris, my brother? That's an all-time low. Don't do that again, Ricky Smiley. Don't you get on your radio show and cry for Kamala. Don't you do that, my brother. If you want to cry for Kabama Harris, you do that in the privacy of your house. But if we're going to be honest, Steve Harvey and Ricky Smiley, and I love you both, no hate to my big brothers, but if we're going to be honest, Ricky Smiley and Steve Harvey, y'all only carried on because y'all got paid to carry on. Can we please be honest?
Right.
They offered me $10K for an interview with Kamala Harris. I don't want your money, but we can definitely do the interview. They offered me $10K for an interview with Kamala Harris. Yes, we can do the interview. Keep your damn money. King Kong consciousness ain't for sale. I'm one of the real ones. Silverback Garvey Gorilla.
So many are selling out. I'm saying, what do you think about the ones that are selling out, taking bribes?
Just like I got finished telling you. If black men have to ask themselves every time they see a black man in the media, just ask yourself a question. Who's paying them?
Right.
If you're not paying them and other black men ain't paying them, who is?
I totally agree, man. And, I think, man, this is one of the, even Tariq shows Donald Trump love, because I think masculine men, even though we can have our different philosophical positions, masculine men resonate with masculine men because we galvanize one another. Would you agree with that?
I agree. I do agree.
And even Tariq showed Trump love. Trump in the past was a G by a lot of black men. People love Trump, but all of a sudden now, because the machine don't like him, they're trying to say he's racist, which is weird to me. What do you remember about Donald Trump in the 90s and as a young man that would say that he wasn't a racist? He was just a regular guy. Now I know they talk about the housing discrimination and the Central Park 6, but I don't think that makes him a racist with the Central Park 6. One could argue with the housing discrimination, but was it classism? Or was it true housing discrimination?
It's good old fashioned capitalism.
Right.
Exactly. At Donald Trump for doing what all capitalists do. And why single him out?
Right.
That's New York City. New York City. He's the only. Well, hold on a second. Donald Trump and his father were the only two guys in New York City giving black folks a hard way to go with rent. Really?
Right. That's a good point. Excellent point. That's an excellent point. So I saw, like you said, classism or capitalism. I like that position. Hold tight.
Somebody get rolling, Martin. We gonna get let's put a neck on layaway for this. This has no neck at all. And he tries to hide the fact. He puts that ascot on so it'll look like a neck. That is the original Head and Shoulders. I bet he can bang head bounce his ass off with that Head and Shoulders, no neck. But we got to understand these soft shoe out here, that soft shoe cooning, man, we're going to have to charge them to the game. If you ain't really about that life for real, you can't play both sides of the fence, fam. You cannot play both sides of the fence. You cannot play both sides of the fence, man, if you're going to be about replacing the system of white supremacy with justice. Be on that. Come on, Roland, sit down, brother. If Snoop Dogg is going to say that, if Stacey Dash and if a little Bow Wow was going to say that, that's all, folks. Was on that bull when the Paula Dean was calling black folks. He was one of those folks talking about where, you know, he's one of them stuttering ass. That's another thing. One of them old stuttering Porky Pig sounding and looking. If we say the N-word, we shouldn't get mad at Paula Dean saying the N-word. Go look that up. He was on that bullshit. He was talking that. Google it if you think I'm bullshit. Little old Porky Pig ass. If we can't say that. If Paula Dean, if Paula Dean say it,
McDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on this farm he had some chicks, E-I-E-I-O.
Welcome to TV One.
You mean that you won't give me the A? What
Welcome to TV One. If Paula Dean, if you say the N word, my S curl, little old stuttering ass. Y'all know that's about the stuttering. It looks like a little old chocolate Porky Pig. Roland can't talk to save his life, man. Come on, Roland.
I'm saying, what's wrong with Roland Martin, man? What's wrong with Roland Martin? I'm saying.
I honestly think that Roland Martin, I think he's kind of stuck. Talking about, you know, it's funny. Kamala's arguing that Trump wants to go back, and we're not going back, and we're forward leaning. But everything about Roland Martin screams, you know, Mississippi burning, 1966 or something. It's like, you know,
right.
he's stuck back there in some kind of way. It's like, it's really weird.
Right. No, I totally agree. Hold tight.
Sit down, brother. If Snoop Dogg is going to say that, if Stacey Dash and if a little Bow Wow was going to say that, that's all, folks. Because see, when I get on these shows, I call it for what it is. I go for the jugular. And understand, these white supremacists, they send these Negro minions after you if you start spitting the truth. Y'all know I bring the truth. I'm not going to get around people in the dominant society and then change up the game. I don't play that soft coon and Mr. Bojangles ass that Roland Martin does. I'm not going to be fight the power around black folks, and then when I get around the people on CNN, what about black on black crime? What we is our own worst enemy. What about we gotta police our own communities? I'm trying to get a job after this. I love Hillary Clinton. We gotta vote for her. That's how that sounds. Let's be real. Anybody, let me tell y'all something. Anybody who even co-signs Hillary like that, let alone get your ass on national TV and tap dance with Hillary Clinton, how are they going to be progressive for black society? What are they going to really do for black society? Just on a practical level. How can you excuse that? And, you know, one thing he tried to...
Now, once again, I'm saying traditional women are waking up. Traditional black women are waking up, or women that were on the fence are waking up. We're going to get into it. You talked about record high inflation. It's been hitting fairly high. I'm going to show it to you in a minute. But the new awakening of these black women, which you argue is the sentiment that Kevin talked about, that the winter was coming.
That's right. That's right. And here we are. Here we are. And once again, what I hate to say it like this, but I mean, what do many of the female supporters of Kamala want? It's very simple. They want abortion, no matter what. They want debt forgiveness for their school debt, which means they're deadbeats, and they want the same thing for their mortgages and everything else at our expense.
At our expense, right. And also they want symbols of tokenism. As I said, I did a show called "They Not Like Us," and the women were saying, it's time for women to lead. Men mess the country up, which is it's bizarre. She's one of us, and they said vote for her because she's part of the Divine Nine. I mean, silly stuff, man. Black folks, they're black folks are not Greeks, so what their sorority got to do with anything? And so they are so concerned about promoting this woman than they are concerned about the state of black people in urban areas in the country that are struggling and suffering. People are struggling, man, even up in Philly where you live at on Kinston Avenue. The impact of fentanyl has destroyed the lives of many. Talk about that.
Shotgun Alley.
Go ahead, talk about it.
Kensington is notorious. Kensington is a section of Philadelphia that is notorious for its open air drug markets. Basically Night of the Living baseheads that Public Enemy talk about back in the day. I mean, it's just off the chain, and it has been for many, many years. There have been numerous attempts to try to clean it up to varying degrees of success. My personal opinion, you just need to drop an A-bomb on and start over. But nevertheless, that's where we are. That's what it is, and it's a true eyesore. Sad to say.
No, it is, man, and a lot of that has come from economic depravity. People using maladaptive coping mechanisms to deal with the ravages of record high inflation, the migrant issue, hopelessness, and not being able to see the night from day. But hold tight.
The tweet when somebody was calling him out for all that buck dancing he was doing with Hillary. He was like, I was trying to get levity. Levity my ass, meaning that I'm trying to make light of a serious situation. Bullshit. You were buck dancing. You were buck dancing. Wasn't no levity. You were buck dancing like a Sambo on a plantation. Making black folks look crazy as shit. You're not the representative of black folks. And y'all watch these boule. Man, I did a pay-per-view special years ago.
With the first female president, the first black female president. Let's get this done, hotties. Hotties for Harris.
So, hold tight.
You raised it, now don't leave me hanging.
Hold tight.
Baseball players.
That's it.
Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the white community and over the black community by the white community, and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
I'm so happy to be here, Atlanta. We're about to make history with the first female president. The first black female president. Let's get this done, hotties. Hotties for Harris.
What's your take on what Malcolm said? Because it's true. It's definitely true about how they
Not only was it now it's interesting. Black women will be quick to quote Malcolm X talking about black women. They're the most least protected women in the country. But let's see if they run that clip right there in relation to Kamala Harris and all these other buck dancers. Let's see if they run that.
I totally agree, brother. I totally agree. I totally agree. And I'm gonna say something. And this might be controversial. I'm saying it. But people say they're our women, but a lot of these women are not our women. They have our skin color, but they're not a part of our conscious tribe. The great teacher Jesus said, "Who is my brother?" He said that he that does the will of the Father is my brother. and my sister. And doing the will of the Father is a conscious decision that's predicated on the consciousness called righteousness. So they're not our sisters and they're not our brothers. They have our skin color, but as Tavis Smiley so eloquently said, all skin folk of city are not kinfolk. How would you respond to that?
I 100% agree. I would.
Right.
You get no argument from me on that. I'm with him on that. I
Yeah,
agree.
we gotta start calling these women out. They're not our sisters, man. When you got a group of women that are in unison with the destruction of black boys and girls, babies, because they want to have a right to delete their child, not because they were violated or something serious, but they just doing it because they want to have the right to delete their child based out of pure carnality and hedonism and selfishness. If you look at the 70s, where like Sister Angela Stanton was saying, where they strategically put deletion mills in communities with black folk, and they continue to promulgate ideologies and machinations that are at the destruction of black folks. That's a problem, Obsidian, because we don't know what that child could be to the fulfillment of society. If Michael Jordan parents had that same adage, there would have never been a Michael Jordan. If your mom and dad had that same adage, there would have never been an Obsidian. And my parents had that same adage, there would have never been a kosher clinician. There are truth tellers and purveyors of truth that were meant to be manifest in the earth realm. But because of selfishness and giving their children to Molech, due to the god of Molech, which is hedonism and lust, they have consistently destroyed the lives of innocent babies. Babies are inside of a woman, but that baby is not you. That baby has a body of its own, and that damn seed is a man's seed. Obsidian, that's that man's seed. But when it comes down to men don't have a right to say they want to keep their child. That man might say, I want my son or my daughter, but the woman selfishly say, it's my body, my choice. And I came up with a decree where men should start saying poetically, Obsidian, my freedom, my choice. My freedom, my choice. The freedom to live my life on my own terms. Therefore, if you don't meet my standards, it's my choice to expeditiously discard you. How would you respond to that?
Sounds good to me. As a matter of fact, I love the idea that you have. I'm still digging on that. The idea of hoflation, and we're gonna prorate whether or not
we got to prorate.
The box has been overused.
Yes, it's been overused, man. Yeah, you gotta listen. I've always said under 5, you might get 90%. It's still hard to do with this crazy because 90% under 5. But if you got 10, we might pay 70 to 80. But if you got over that, you should be grateful that we're doing 60, 40, or 50%, 50-50, because you don't meet the standards. Women of yesterday, your mother, my mother, your grandmother, my grandmother, and great grandmother, they ran through. They want women that gave their box away, which was their currency. A woman's box and her femininity is our currency, as our money and our status is our currency. So why are black men paying full price for something that's been severely used? It doesn't even make sense, man.
I agree.
It don't make sense. But you want me to pay the men need to pay all the bills. Pay all the bills for what? I'm not paying all the bills for damn these bucks. I'll go get a diary in South Africa, where this person is the spokesman. Go to South Africa, Obsidian, get me a young wife-ready woman and pay a diary. I'll pay $20,000 for a diary that's a virgin and she know how to follow leadership and respect me and she'll be well taken care of. Versus somebody that's been severely used and ran through, and you're gonna think you're gonna demand to me what I'm gonna pay. I'm not paying full price for used box. You should be grateful that I pay 60-40. I pay 60% or go 50-50. You should be grateful if you're not a virgin, you're not wife ready, and you ain't had children by man, day in them. Because my grandmama my grandma was a virgin. My grandma used to call it Obsidian common. My grandmama said women that did that was common. My grandmama would say that, My mom taught us, how to be different. But, I'm not paying full price for used box. I just refuse to because it's an indictment to my freedom. It's an indictment to me. Coach Lamont said no harm and no diamond.
Exactly. I mean, and I agree with that. I agree.
I agree. Yeah.
Good on black men for finally starting to speak up on as a wait a minute.
Right.
What am I paying for here?
What am I paying for? Right. And that's why my man, A Peaceful Life, came up with the term relationship capitalism. And I parroted the talking point maybe about 2 years ago, because I ain't heard nobody using the term hoflation until I started using it, Obsidian. But
that was the first time I heard it.
Yeah. I said, well, it's hoflation. Big content creators, you know how they do. They don't give you credit if you're a smaller channel. But hopeflation, it's hopeflation where some part of the average women think they deserve the best of men, and they would try to shame you. And masculine traditional men don't want women that been with a lot of men. They say, well, men do it, we're not the same. No different obsidian can a man that's been with a man get the same levity as a woman that's been with women. There are a lot of women obsidian that what I call they're beaver bumpers. They've been bumping beavers for a long time. but men can't do the same thing, obsidian.
No.
And if you don't believe me,
even women don't want a man that's been with another man like that.
Exactly, because they've been penetrated. Men might look past a woman that's been with a woman, but in general, I don't think that man want that woman for his wife. But if you don't believe what I'm saying, obsidian, if you don't believe me, ask.
Not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women.
Yeah, Andrew Caldwell said I'm delivered with a T because he understands if he messed with men with a Z, women aren't gonna take him serious. Women don't take men serious to be with other men. And the thing about it, how they lambasted Kevin when he was alive, and then you had Priscilla Clark that was actively promoting.
Which I write about in the book, my brother.
Talk about.
I write about all of that in the book. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so I found that to be very perplexing. Would you agree?
I agree. 100%. But what Princella proved with her antics is that just how hypocritical, unfortunately, so many lovely ladies in the community really are. Here they are going out of their way to call Kevin gay. Come to find out, their heroine, Princella Clark, she's what is she doing? And she jacked up her girlfriend, B. Taylor. I write about it in the new book.
Oh, okay. I gotta check that book out. I didn't know.
Oh yeah, I talk about all that, bro. I spill all the tea in the book, brother.
Oh yeah,
the definitive guide to modern black feminism for black men.
Right, I gotta check that book out, man. There's another book written by Esther Villar back in the '70s called The Manipulated Man. You ever heard of that book?
Yes. Good book. Good read.
Yeah.
Good read.
Yeah, I gotta sit down and read. I had that book for years, but I never sit down and read. But hold tight.
I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer...
I actually like Meg Thee Stallion's ratchet-ass performance at Kamala Harris's Atlanta rally because it shows you what the Democratic Party thinks of the African-American community. They think that we're ghetto swine. They think that we're ghetto trash. They don't have to give us any policy. They don't have to give us anything tangible. The only thing they have to do is get a black celebrity to get up there and say something witty, shake their ass, and show support. And they got us eating out of the palm of their hands. They'd never have to give us anything tangible. So they're right. Maybe we're not that sophisticated. Maybe they're not. They had Meg Thee Stallion up there shaking her ass for the whole world to see, which is, perplexing to me because we always talk about this stigma of black women being overly sexualized, right? And with this potentially being the first black female president, why the hell would y'all want to associate the first black female president with ass shaking and twerking? Y'all let me know, because that's kind of like counterproductive if you ask me. Right? And if I was Meg Thee Stallion, if I was a ratchet performer, and I'm not saying I can't be a ratchet performer, and shit, I wish I was able to make some money out here, swinging some dang or shaking my ass, but hey, that ain't the cards that God has dealt me. But if I could, and I was making money that way, and for some reason, the presidential candidate that I wanted to win asked me to be at their rally to do that act on stage, I would say no. Because I want you to be taken seriously on the world stage. And the last thing I want people to do is to associate you with my ass shaking and dick slanging.
Hey.
How was your response?
Wow.
How was your response?
Yeah, he was very pointed, wasn't he?
Yes, sir, he was.
Whew.
Yes, sir, he was. And it's a burgeoning number of black men obsidian beginning to think the same way. It's a burgeoning number of black men and women that are beginning to think the same way. What people don't understand, obsidian, Black women are aligning themselves up with me and you and other black men. They might be doing it in silence, but they are beginning to align themselves. Is there any truth to what I'm saying?
I do believe so. Did you see Michaela Montgomery on the
Yes,
dais
sir.
with Donald Trump? I mean, she's a perfect case in point.
Yeah, right. Because they're beginning to say, you know what, enough is enough. Because you know, at the end of the day, Obsidian, a woman by nature is a survivor. She's a survivor. Even Beyonce said, I'm a survivor. They're survivors by nature. They got to survive. They're going to always go back to that base nature, which is survival. They have to survive. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree with it. There's another reason why black men have got to, get our act together financially, because a lot of what black women are doing are out of survival.
Yes. Oh, so explain that. You mean you don't think that their intentions are genuine, but it's out of pure survival? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, the female gets. I mean, and I know a lot of brothers don't like to hear this, but the way women are wired is that they get with the winners, who they perceive as the winners.
Yes, sir. I like that. Right. That's true. That's true. That's that is what you call hypergamy. That's the hypergamous nature
Yes.
kicking in. But what men got to be careful of, there's a difference. Two terms I created called kosher hypergamy and carnal hypergamy. Kosher hypergamy, Obsidian, is fit and proper, where a woman does not use exploitative means to get a man. But carnal hypergamy, Obsidian, is very exploitative. Men that lead with their money, Obsidian, many times can be victims of carnal hypergamy. And so Obsidian, when you and I were teens growing up, you heard the song Tears by Force MDs, and Keith Sweat said, make this last forever. And men thought that by the pure means of providing for a woman and leading her with his wallet and being kind to her, he could get her cooperation and her submission. But I will argue that money alone is not always the prerequisite to getting a woman's cooperation. I think it's part of it, but I don't think it's always a prerequisite if you can't stand on business as a man and be willing to replace her when she get out of line. How would you respond to that?
I 100% agree. I think that yes, finances are important, but the other things that you mentioned are very important as well. There's a difference between being a provider and being a simp.
Yes, sir. I totally
There's
agree.
a big difference.
A big difference, man. And men are waking up. All right, hold on.
I am very proud to have only 30.
We're gonna have hell to that. So I saw this Obsidian. I started doing this bootleg series. I was looking at your show and General Tito, and Bakari Sellers was crying. What did you get from him when you saw him crying, talking about Kamala Harris?
Oh my God, we clowned the hell out of him. We clowned the hell out of Bakari Sellers up there sniveling and crying. Now, the whole thing was he was emotional about his daughter. Apparently, his daughter was sick or ill. Or there was something going on with her. And Kamala Harris, I don't know what she did. She's not a doctor. She's not a surgeon. So I don't know exactly what she did. But whatever it is that she did, it really got to him. He up there sniveling and crying. And I'm like, this is embarrassing.
Right.
What grown man is up there sniveling and crying like that? What the
heck? Yeah. Ricky Smiley doing it. Hearing Ricky Smiley and all these men. And that's one of the manipulation tactics that Democrats use. They use emotional manipulation to garner sympathy and garner votes. Would you agree with that?
I do believe that. They're very shameless in that regard, and all of them need to be shamed of them. So the whole lot of them. Just like, wow, we clown Bakari Sellers something fierce on my channel over on Rumble. We clown the shit.
Right. Shout out to my man Tevin King for that $20 spot. He said, here's a little something for the collection plate. Keep up the great work at Culture Clinician. I appreciate it, brother Tevin King. Much love and blessings to you, sir. Thank you for that $20 spot. I really appreciate it. Let's get back into it. Hold on. And shout out to Carnell Smith being the #1 sponsor.
And where we collectively raised over $1 million for Vice President Kamala Harris's presidential campaign. I say that in the way I just said it because for me, to see and behold such unity, such strength, such intelligence, with only 30,000, imagine what we could do with with just 1 million.
I'm not sure people understand the pain or the suffering that goes along with being a black man in this country. I'm not sure people understand what it means to stay strong in the country. I'm not sure people understand what it means to have your back against the wall. But I'm there with her because she's still with me. During my darkest moment, I almost lost my daughter. When I had to protect my life. When I had to fight for a black woman in the hospital. And so now it's my turn. And I really don't care what you all say about there's another black man crying or this or that or third. Because every day I'm working damn hard to make sure that tomorrow's better than yesterday. And so don't.
You know, I'm sitting. They've done research to say that, as I said earlier, that testosterone levels are lower in men than at any time in human history. And we know it's genetic. A lot of GMOs, lack of exercise, lack of water, lack of sleep. You know, not taking supplements, not getting vitamin D and all of that stuff. But have you ever seen a group of men? That's why, you know, I want to get back into the gym and start lifting again. I take my multivitamin, I take my vitamin D. I got to get better with my sleep. I need to start running and get on my bike. You know, I got a nice bike that I pay over my bike with everything on is about almost $3,000. I got a nasty bicycle. Yeah, it's a Trek 920 touring bike. It's nice, very nice.
Trek, it's nice. Yeah.
Yes, sir, very nice bike. But have you ever seen so many men upsetting that are wimps and they cry all the time. They always damn crying. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with a man crying, but we know as men you can't stay there. You know, they always crying. And I'm not against a man crying.
Makes me feel like want to do the general Patton and slap the crap out of him.
Yeah. I'm not against a man crying. You know, Jesus wept in the garden, but he got up and went on about his purpose. But you know, Bakari Sellers, I mean, you know, and this effeminate guy, he seems to be effeminate. It's almost like the women are becoming masculine, the men are becoming more effeminate. Would you say you see that more so now than maybe when we were kids growing up?
Brother, this is so bad. I don't even know. Wow. What the hell has happened to us, man?
I don't know what's happened, man. I think you and I are becoming dinosaurs, bro. We're becoming dinosaurs, man. You know? I think we're becoming dinosaurs.
This is insane, man. Yeah, I get going home and crying by yourself. I get that. Right, but I mean, all that in public, man, my God, what the hell?
Yeah. Here, Ricky Smiley, he was crying too. Hold on. And so this was a clip about, hold on, let me go back to this clip. So these are the guys at the DNC, and these are the women with the Divine Nine that they're trying to get to promote Kamala Harris. But hold on.
Of 35 years passed away because of COVID. Trump mishandled a pandemic. The economy was not only in ruins, he spent $8 trillion. And so when you see someone like President Biden decided to
2024, we are carrying that vision forward as we embrace the extraordinary power of she. Our vice president is a proud member of.
Then you notice what she said, Obsidian, the extraordinary power of she.
Yeah.
Not one time did she say the extraordinary power of us.
Nope.
Or black families.
Nope.
Or the black community or our men being our leaders. But the extraordinary power of she. When you think about Benjamin Banneker that built or architect the structure in D.C., there were a lot of skilled artisans up in Philly. Philly has a lot of skilled artisans. You're one of them. They built the infrastructure. I call them civil engineers. Many men in the South were civil engineers. The Rolling Wall schools, the War Wall schools, the Jews built in the South. A lot of black slave men built it. But when you hear these selfish women that put their own damn personal accomplishments above the collective of black men, boys, and girls, that's why I've said, Obsidian, they are not our women. They are not like us. And I would even argue the women of past would say they're not our people. How would you respond?
I would agree. I always play. I don't know if you have it on you. Ice Cube 4 years ago, appearing on the Fox Soul Show, a whole panel of black women, Lisa Ray, Vivica A. Fox up there, and they made it clear. We want you to carve out a special section in your document just for black women. He said, wait a minute. When I say black people, I'm talking about black men, black women, and black children. He said, no. We want you to carve out something special for us. So what does that tell you? And look at the look on Ice Cube's face.
Right.
You couldn't believe it.
Right. And that's what you call extreme solipsism. Nothing exists outside of self. Only righteous, godly women that are spiritual, that know they have a dark nature, and they work on controlling it, obsidian, can only do things for community, family. But normally, most women cannot think outside of themselves. Only women that are spiritual and women of faith can do it. Your grandmama could do it. Grandmama, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure she put the family above her own selfish needs. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I absolutely agree. And that's something that's rare to see now.
It's rare to see. That's like the Proverbs 31 woman. Cooking a man a meal now makes a woman a slave. You got women think because they give that man boxing and cook a meal that makes them special. That don't make you special, man. That's normal in other countries. When you go to Brazil, the Philippines, that's normal up city. It ain't enough for a woman to cook you a meal and give you intimacy. That's part of her duty. That's part of duty. But they think, well, I cook. I cook. Okay, what's your point? They always talk about, they got to work. But men have created modern conveniences that make it easier for women, and they still complain. When women in the South routinely obsidian would go work for Miss Ann, they would go in the South and clean shoes and do all kinds of things. They would take care of white folks' children. But somehow now, some black women, not all, but some think and say that they can't be feminine because they have to work, when women historically have worked outside the house, and they were still feminine, and they still made traditional from the scratch meals like Sister Bashir. She's a sister that cooks traditional home cooked meals that are kosher for her husband. They just did it, but it's natural. They cook your man a meal and cook it from scratch. But now all of a sudden it's something, I ain't got time to do that because I got to focus on my career.
It's true, though. It's true. It's really, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. How the great and mighty for whole time.
Of the Divine Nine family, as a sister of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and all 9 of our organizations stand in unity with an unprecedented outreach for voter registration, education, and mobilization to get coordinated efforts to get out the vote. And after today, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated will be the first D9 Black Greek lettered organization to host the first Black woman presidential nominee.
Or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. When he was president, Donald Trump, former president, handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court because he intended for them to overturn Roe v. Wade. The United States Supreme Court, previously the court of Thurgood and RBG. And as he intended, they did. Well, let me tell you something. When I am president of the United States, and when Congress passes a law to restore those freedoms, I will sign it into law. We are not playing around.
She promised to support terminations for pregnant women, but no plan for the most pressing issues, like inflation, the economy, and illegal immigration.
Right. Well, Kamala Harris, we have to make sure we support
Vice President Kamala Harris.
What would you say about that, Obsidian? Shout out to Bashir. Modern women call me pick me, mammy, black male identified slave because I understand the assignment. How would you respond to that, brother?
I would say, well, there it is. I mean, that's exactly what a lot of black women want. These are the Divine Nine organizations. By the way, black women get more abortions up and down throughout the socioeconomic spectrum. It's not a poor woman thing or something like that. It's black women of means. It's educated black women. Black women just get more abortions, period. And at a rate of anywhere from 2 to 3 times as many as white women and Hispanic women. Between 1973 and 2022, black women have gotten 20 million abortions. And remember, they're at least twice, if not 3 times the rate of white and Hispanic women. Just think about that for a minute.
It's baffling, man. And it's baffling, Obsidian, because we don't know what black excellence could have came out of those 20,000 deletions. We don't know what black excellence could have came out of that. There could have been another Mumia Obsidian Ali. They could have superseded the current Mumia. You know, there could have been another coach. There could have been another Michael Jordan. But we'll never know.
Nope.
We'll never know, man. We don't know if there would have been another Einstein. We don't know if there would have been another Michael Jackson. We don't know if there would have been another James Brown. And once again, historically, black folks did not take part of that. Would you argue, Obsidian, that liberals have strategically placed chaos in the black communities to destroy the fabric of people of African descent?
Not only would I argue it, I talk about it in my book. There's a chapter in my upcoming book where I'm talking about Cynthia G, talking about avoiding black male babies. Modern black feminists didn't have anything to say about that. They go tooth and nail to get me ran off of YouTube, but they didn't have anything to say about that. I show congressional reports showing that Planned Parenthood is strategically located in the community.
Yes.
Strategically located. Founded by
Angela Stanton talks about that.
Margaret Sanger.
Margaret Sanger. Yes, sir. Right. Yes, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So there it is.
Yeah. Angela Stanton King talked about it. I mean, the whole time I'm going to show you that, and I'm going to talk about these blacks in Philly real quick. Hold on.
Vice President Kamala Harris, we have to make sure we support, we promote, and we help her out because they are attacking her now.
He said college or colored?
He said college. And listen, black people, we're going to lose our minds looking for random acts of racism and sexism. There's going to be a lot of blatant racism and sexism over the next 100 days, and it's going to be even more if Vice President Kamala Harris gets in the White House. So I just think we look ridiculous sitting around trying to figure out whether a person said college or colored. Like, there's a lot of blatant acts of racism and sexism that's happening now, and that's going to be happening. I'm not sitting around wasting my time trying to decide whether he said college or colored. I felt like he said college.
Well, see, the problem is one person heard him say colored, and then everybody's like, yeah, he said colored. Posted. And then it kept going, and then it's trending, and they'd be like, he said colored.
And that's what I wish. I wish that I would have heard the audio. I wish somebody would just let me hear it. I wish somebody would have just let me heard it. Instead of telling me
let you hear
what he said.
Yeah. But I did the same thing. When I heard him call, I said, he said college. He said, what?
And then I heard it slow down. I'm like, bro, he said college.
Yeah, then when you close your eyes and just listen, you'd be like, oh, he said college.
Speaking of this sorority speech, that was the center of this controversy. The convention was hosted by Zeta Phi Beta. It was their grand boule in Indianapolis.
Now I'm going to step out of the frame so you can take a look and see that many of these members have already arrived looking beautiful in their blue and white, and they're all awaiting the vice president's arrival here. Now this is all happening as Harris enters the beginning days of a fresh campaign.
Yes, the boule showed up to the Grand Boule super excited about endorsing Kamala Harris and supporting her on her journey to become the first non-black Black American woman president.
I need this message.
So now we get into the inflation part. The International Quiet Storm said 3+ generations lost so many scientists, engineers, lawyers, doctors, carpenters, electricians, athletes, musicians, entertainers, actors who never had a fighting chance. Respond to that and then respond to the Boule buffer class. These Boule Negroes are in unison with the power elites. I call it the shallow government that more or less control the affairs of men. But what would you say about what Pink looked last in that clip she had about these GLOs and these bougie Negroes?
Not only is what the Quiet Storm said true, but in my book, in my upcoming book that's coming out, I look at I went among other places. Rutgers University has a center on women. It's a center for women on the campus of Rutgers University. And according to them, by the year 2060, Hispanic women will go from their current rate of 18% to almost 30%, 28
Mm-hmm.
and some change.
Mm-hmm.
Black women right now are at about 15% of the female population in the country. By the year 2060, it'll be 15%.
Mm-hmm.
No
Right,
growth,
right.
no
No
change
growth.
because of
Right.
all the abortions.
Yes, right. And then they also said Obsidian by 2030, 45% of black women are going to be single and childless. Have you heard that stat?
Yes. So, I mean, this is a full-on attack on the black family,
It is.
the black community at large.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of
It
black
is.
women are going for it.
Right.
Sad to say.
Right. Due to extreme solipsism, due to extreme selfishness, due to extreme self-aggrandizement. The Kobe 42 said at the coaching commission, is it safe to say that if you're a black man in America, that having a baby with a ABW is dangerous overall? How would you respond to that?
Well, there is the abortion thing. That's true. There's also the fact that, and I do not know why, but a lot of black women are having trouble having babies. You know, they're having a lot of medical trouble and whatnot. I don't know the reason why. So, you know, I can see where a brother would be like, you know, it's a dicey proposition. Sad to say. I'm not proud of that, but
Right.
that's where we are.
Yeah. The Quiet Storm said, Media Man did a show recently, according to the stats, if all those black babies were born, the population will be closer to 45% of the U.S. population by 2045 and just not 13%. Respond to that.
Yes. Again, if we didn't have 20 million abortions, the black population would be, you know, about roughly 60 some percent, upwards of 70 million black people. I mean, just think about that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you talk about politics, one man, one woman, one vote.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to be eased out by you know, Hispanics.
Yeah. Not only Hispanics, the burgeoning amount of immigrants that will make us a permanent underclass. Do you see a permanent underclass happening at the current rate when it comes down to people of African descent?
I do. And that's the reason why we're so staunch against illegal immigration, for one thing. And we're just simply asking, can we talk about the numbers of abortions? Do we really need to have 20 million abortions?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do we really need to have that?
Right. And it's all due to extreme selfishness. They don't understand that strategically, these liberal elites don't care about black folks. They don't care about nobody but their own one world order. And people say, oh, this is conspiracy. It's not conspiracy theory. Bush talked about it. He said there will be a one world order. Lamont Sanford from Sanford & Son talked about it in his book, The Millennial Man. I know people don't want to believe it. I know it sounds conspiratorial, but it's not conspiracy. There are agents behind the scene controlling the affairs of men. It's a shallow government. I know folks don't believe it, but there are oligarchs that make and rule this country. I'm not saying that politicians and policy don't have a role, but there are people that have greater influence over those politicians that could subvert and obscure things, to say the least. Listen to this woman, Obsidian, and listen what Sister Bashura said. She said that. She said, as a barren woman, it hurts my heart to hear about these many abortion deletions. I know of a young lady who was pregnant with twins, and she deleted them on Sydney because they were a result of a one-night stand. How would you respond to that?
Oof, wow.
Right. Hopeflation, man. And brother, let me tell you something, man. I ain't gonna call. I know a situation of a person, Obsidian. I know women that told me they've had 1, 2, 3, and even 4 deletions. What man in his right mind want to take that damn serious for a wife? Not only did that bitch that is her womb a graveyard, but that means that man put his seed deep inside her uterus. I don't want that for my damn wife. I can never be with a woman like that. Go ahead, brother.
That's wow.
It's wild, right? You can only say wow.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Right. You can't say anything because it's perplexing. It's extremely perplexing. Brother Obsidian, to say the least, how careless many of these modern women can be when it comes down to men, and when it comes down to relationships, and when it comes down to their body and their temple, their body, which is sacred. Black women in the past, Obsidian, weren't like that. Black women in the past had a level of decorum that superseded white women. Correct me if I'm wrong, brother, please.
No. You were right. You're 100% correct. Like you said, the welfare state has done a bang-up job on Black America. Black men got a lot of work to do to try to turn this around. If we get Kamala in there, you heard what she said. She doesn't hide it.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't hide it.
Mm-hmm. Did you get a cash out from the Quiet Storm? He said he sent you one.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Quiet Storm, for the $50 cash app.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for your support.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let's listen to this lady. I'll say it, and she is waking up, and then we're gonna get to the Philly resident. Then I'm gonna let you run. Then you gotta go. Hold tight.
To go out to our vice president, who's running for president. I have heard all over social media about, excuse me if I say anything wrong, immigrants getting loans, money. It was hard for me to believe. It was just extremely hard for me to believe. I've been in business such a long time. Back in 2019, I purchased my first food truck. It cost me over $25,000. I paid it cash money. I worked hard to pay for this truck. I'm now selling it because I'm doing other things, but I'm selling it. I had a guy come to look at purchasing my vehicle, or my food truck, and he explained to me he's an illegal immigrant. He has no credit. He has no money in the bank. But he showed me his paperwork that he will receive funds to purchase my food truck. I'm thankful that he's buying it, but I'm hurt that I worked so hard to pay cash for my food truck. I have good credit, can't even get a business loan because of the color of my skin. I have veterans in my family. I'm a veteran. I've been self-employed for so long.
I was pontificate on that real quick, Obsidian. But before you respond, shout out to the Antisocial Podcast. I think that's a woman, I believe, or man. Multiple deletions can cause fertility problems, and when you factor in disease and obesity, it's not surprising that births are down. You can respond to that. And then shout out to my man, Detroit 313. He said, what are your thoughts on Black women when, if Harris become president, about Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, and the nation of BRICS? That's a real good one. You know what BRICS is, right, Obsidian?
I do. And Kamala Harris won't be respected on the world stage at all. She'll be kind of cast aside. Look, the world outside of the United States is a pretty rough place. And you need pretty rough people to deal with it, and Kamala ain't it. That's just the plain truth.
She'll be on the damn world scene laughing, man. While we about to damn go into World War III, she'll be up there laughing and giggling. Because being in office will age you fast. She's already aging now. Can you imagine her maybe 4 more years after this? She'll probably look like an old witch. A soul seed said, just a question. Will either you take a clean 10,000 to speak more positive of commandment community? I couldn't do it. Would you do it, Obsidian?
Would I take a clean 10,000?
10,000. They say Obsidian
speak
would
more
give you
positively of commandment community. No.
Okay,
I can make more. I can make more money than that doing what I'm doing right now.
They say Obsidian will give you 100,000 for a speaking engagement to speak well of Kamala. Would you do it?
I can make more money with my brothers doing what we doing.
I respect it. Mad respect, brother. Mad respect. I like that answer. Mad respect. Guys, we want to salute or send money, cash out, $7 Smalls. This person said, self-employed with tears, you have no balls. That's a W. I don't know what that means. All right, so let's finish listening. Hold on.
But somebody, please tell me, how do I work so hard to have somebody who comes to this country, not long, no credit, and he shows me paperwork where they'll be funding him money to buy my food truck. And when I talked to the bank, they told me usually they have to go straight to a dealership because I'm a private sale. But for special circumstances, they're going to, they allow it. But I need my president to tell me why I worked so hard all these years, all these decades, couldn't get a business loan.
And that's what pissed me off, Obsidian. Your ancestors up in Philly helped build Philly. Black folks did you know, Obsidian, that in North Carolina, that North Carolina was technically one of the meccas for Black excellence? Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Okay, well, I'm gonna explain it to you. In Durham, it was called Bull Durham. North Carolina Mutual Bank was one of the epicenters in Durham, where I matriculated at North Carolina Central for Black excellence. They called it Bull Durham. But also, Durham was an epicenter of Black excellence. Dr. Shepard, that started North Carolina Central, was one of the my man would call one of the talented 10. He was one of the part of the talented 10. You would call that. But there were a lot of Black economic excellence in Durham. Go do your research when you get time. But then there was a time in Wilmington when you had progressive Black folks in Wilmington, consistent with Tulsa. North Carolina had two major epicenters outside of Tulsa when you had Black brilliance, Black excellence. When Black folks are doing great, they were building infrastructure, they were building communities, but white mobs destroyed it. They destroyed it, and they destroyed it. So when you get a chance, look up Black excellence in Durham. It was called Hayti. It's called Hayti community. You familiar with that?
No, I'm not. This is fast.
Yeah, Hayti community, and also in Wilmington. They also had Black excellence in Wilmington. So it hurts me when I see as a Black man saboteurs and immigrants that were not naturalized come to this country, take over this country, and what they're doing at Obsidian is this: they allow immigrants to come in so that you can have a democratic monarchy.
That's pretty much what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah. That's what they're doing, man. It's all part of what called the Clive pivot theory. Is called a Hegelian dialectic to bring order out of chaos, and what some believe is going to usher in the one world government. The rap song I did, Trump talked about a one world government. Go do the research on George W. Bush, but that's all it is, man. They're trying to make it, and listen, they don't care about nobody but this. Look up George Soros and the UN and the Economic Union. Do your research on that. It's deep, brother. And if you get a chance, read the book called The Naked Communist. You ever heard of that book?
No, I haven't.
Check that book out, brother. You'll love it. You're an intellectual person. You would definitely love that book. Shout out to my man, the International Quiet Storm. He said that kosher isn't North Carolina the bank. Isn't North Carolina the bank capital of the U.S.? Yeah. With Bank of America. Yes, sir. It is. Did you know that I'm sitting in Bank of America?
No, I did not.
Yeah, that's the bank capital up in Charlotte, man. All right, let's finish this real quick.
I busted my ass to get the money to create my business. And we got immigrants coming here. And they're getting money. Money! We're doing nothing but just being here. It's not right, and I want answers.
Voting for? Or is anybody undecided still?
I'm very undecided.
Now I'm saying this is the struggle of Black folks in your town, in your city, in Philly, the city of brotherly love, that are dealing with economic issues. I want you to listen to this. I want you to stop me when you need me to stop it. And I'll let this be the last part, because unless you want to go longer, but it's up to you. But we're a couple of minutes in. But tell me what you think about what these people in Philly are saying. And if you could speak to record high inflation. Let me put the band up here real quick.
Yeah.
Because what got us here, Obsidian, immigration, inflation, mass incarceration, and broken families due to the law. Would you expound upon that before we get into the diatribe?
No. Go right ahead, man. I want to hear this. This is going to be fast.
These people are from Philly. Okay, go ahead.
Now, inflation. So I'm monitoring who's talking the most about inflation. Re-entry. I would like to see everyone who is a criminal with federal charges still be able to vote. If we can have a criminal for president, we need to allow some voting rights back that were taken illegally in the first place.
How hard has inflation hit you?
It hit me hard. It's hitting me hard.
Who do you blame for it?
I blame the federal government at this point. If a working class mom who works as a paralegal cannot buy a $2 bell pepper because it's now $5, imagine a mother living on food stamps. Imagine a mother who's making minimum wage trying to feed children. They're killing us without killing us. If you understand that. They're killing us without telling us they're killing us. They're hurting people in ways that they can't help themselves. It's either feed my child or how about feed my children and I don't, but I have to go work.
Who feels as if?
Did you want to smile upon that, Obsidian?
I mean, yeah. I mean, she's 100% correct. And I do believe that Donald Trump, having been through all this lawfare, I do believe he's going to do that. I think he is going to fix it to where, you know, mainly, I'm just calling it for what it is, mainly brothers who have been through the system to make it easier for them to get their voting rights and so on and so forth. I believe he's going to do that. And look, she said it herself. I'm here in Philadelphia. There have been businesses shuttered up on the avenue where I go and do some business. I've seen about 6 businesses shuttered. 2 of them, major anchors, they're gone. That wasn't the case when I was up there late last year. I was just up there just this week. They're gone. About 4 or 5 other businesses are shuttered. It's not looking good, man. The inflation is really hitting us hard.
Yeah, and it's gonna hit us even harder, man. With this current regime, brother, it's gonna hit us even harder if this current regime get into office. If this current regime continue what they're doing, because they are the ones. I always tell people, you don't have to like Trump. You can call them what they want to call them. But we can say that when Trump was in office, things were a lot better when it comes down to finance. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, made more money.
Made way
a
more
lot
money.
more money.
Right. Made
And
money.
when brothers aren't making money, it's not good. We need more black men making money.
We need more black men making money so we can take care of our families, man. Because man, I'm here in North Carolina, man. My house, when I bought my house, man, it was like 168. It's damn near mushroom ascended to almost $400,000, brother. 400,000. So can you imagine somebody almost $500,000? You got average houses going for $500,000. You got house actually where I'm at in RDU, man. You got houses going from 500 to up to $1 million. The upper crust houses, but average home prices around 350ish to 400,000 for average.
Yeah. In the country, it's like 400,000 on average. And I'm going to be talking about this at the Conclave because we was talking about this earlier with the whole inflation. These ladies want all this money and all the rest of it. I'm going to break down the numbers, and part of those numbers is from last year, real estate prices. You get married, get a wife and kids. You better be prepared to kick out on average about 400 and some change for a house.
Yes, 400 and some change, and that's not excluding Obsidian student loan debt. So can you imagine giving a woman that got 50 to 80 to 100,000 student loan debt, plus you got a baby that's gonna cost you $250,000 or more? Man, you'll be broke for life.
Oh yeah, the average black woman that goes to, matter of fact, most black women that go to college don't graduate. 56% are dropouts. Only I think it's like 25% actually get their degrees. So, but these women still owe money whether they get the degrees or not. The average black woman, black women carry more school debt than any other racial group in the country. Anybody. And the average black woman is carrying about $35,000 of school debt on average. You got black women out here that got over $100,000 school debt.
I totally agree.
And you got to get a house for them. And some of them bring insurance with them. Like you said, you're gonna be in debt forever.
You'll be in debt forever. And then they brag about worthless degrees. Even if they are making money, say they make $80,000 with inflation, they ain't see no more than they might see 60 out of that 80, and then they got exorbitant debt because one, they don't live beneath their means. Number two, they try to impress the Joneses. Many of them boule women, they was tap dancing and whatnot. They ain't exorbitant debt. Yeah, they might make 6 figures, but they technically broke. You ever heard of folks I'm saying that are house rich but financially poor?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right. Bashura said, she said, at $5 a bell pepper, that's why I plant a garden. She said, I currently have 4 huge bell peppers that came out of my garden. I will make stuffed peppers with them. She's a sister from Philly as well. And then Coach Lamont said Goldman Sachs are paying and supporting them. What do you think about what he said about Goldman Sachs? Because they
I have no problem with it. Goldman Sachs is a private business. They have every right to do what they want to do. I think that the issue for black men is, what are we going to do about it? But I think what we need to do about it is we need to organize amongst ourselves and come up with our own plan and our own program as to what we're going to do about it in private.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Yeah, yeah. And I think that's why the Conclave is starting the conversation of black men getting together to galvanize one another.
Black voters are taken for granted, i.e., they make you promises and they don't deliver. What do you care about most right now?
What are they going to do for my people that live in the communities where I am from? The gun violence is second in my mind, but it's what can they do for us? How can they help? How can they go into a home and help that family to save their children? We need the funding. We want the help. But in my opinion, it starts at home.
It starts at home. Jalil, what about you? What is most important to you right now?
Economics, education, reentry, reform.
Reentry to the criminal justice system.
Exactly. We need to save ourselves.
That's right.
If we're looking for somebody to save us, it's not going to happen.
If you look at Philadelphia and you took the most impoverished areas in Philadelphia, and then you took the crime rate where the most crime is happening in Philadelphia, and you laid it right there, it would almost match up perfectly. Mm-hmm. So if you're seeing that much of a correlation between poverty and crime, you have to address that on some level. If we invest in our schools, invest in our youth, we will see some changes there.
The way I would articulate it is quality of life issues, how we live.
So how do you respond to these people in Philly? I'll stop it or let it play through. I'm just trying to get your feedback.
Yeah, I mean, we have a new mayor here in the city of Philadelphia, Democrat, of course. Her name is Sherelle Parker. And to her great credit, she has presided over a reduction in homicides. That's good. However, as you clearly hear with the black citizens of Philadelphia, we got major economic problems. And it remains to be seen whether Madam Mayor Sherelle Parker can address those problems like Ed Rendell of old back in the 1990s. That's what I would say to that. She's going to have to really get a handle on all the things that these black Philadelphians are talking about. The inflation, out of control prices, etc.
What else are you seeing in Philly, being a Philadelphian, man, that you want to see as proactive change? What else are you seeing as a native Philadelphian that, you're saying besides Kensington Avenue that enough is enough?
Well, like I said, the economic piece, we got to do something about that. Yes, it's very important the crime be addressed, and to her credit, Sherelle Parker has done that, so I'll give her a due. But this economic thing, this thing is out of hand. I mean, it's just, like I said, I'm up on the avenue earlier today and looking at these shuttered businesses and whatnot, less foot traffic. I'm starting to see sisters selling stuff, that's to say they out in front of their house, selling wares out of their house. I mean, it's getting really bad.
And it's almost like they don't have common sense. It's like the gift that God gives men, I've said, in most logical masculine men like you and I that are masculine, we have the gift of foresight. We have the gift of sitting of something called spatial reasoning. Would you agree with that? We have good spatial reasoning, the ability to see things in the future.
I agree.
And make logical, cogent decisions. How would you respond to that?
I 100% agree with. I mean, again, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but just look at it. Black women carry the most school debt. Black women carry the most consumer debt. Many black women are underwater with their mortgages. Many of them are spending way above their means. And if they had husbands, the husbands wouldn't like, we're not doing that.
Right. Well, masculine husbands, simple husbands will let them spend.
Yeah, exactly.
But masculine husbands, no, we're not gonna be down wasting no money on goofy stuff. You ain't gonna be buying no red bottoms and buying goofy stuff, man. I know women obsidian that got $400-500 in shoes and hats, but they complain about they ain't got no money. But you got
I did a show about that. There's this lady that was young lady too. She's in her 20s. I think she's not 30 years old yet. Went and bought a brand new townhouse in Texas because it was a new build. They're going to assess new taxes and jack up the mortgage. She can't afford it. She hollering and screaming on TikTok. Yet and still, she buying all this, like you said, red bottoms, all this nonsense, big purses and all the rest of it. And she ain't got no husband.
And it's going to get worse. And listen, people don't understand how systems work, Obsidian. There's a term that I learned in undergrad and also in graduate school. It's called systems theory. And to make it more succinct, the part is not greater than the whole. Black women tend to make the part greater than the whole instead of understanding that the whole, which is the collective, is better than the part.
Yeah.
But they don't see it, man.
Yeah.
The simps, they don't see it.
No.
They don't see it because
they're a real embarrassment. My God, jeez.
Well, hold on. But this one's for you. This is for you, Obsidian. Hold on, man, because I know you don't like the simps, man. So I got something special for you in my Bob Barker diatribe. Hold on for a minute, because these men, these boule Negroes, hold on, these boule buffer class Negroes, if I can find it, they are the simps of the week. Congratulations to these men being simps of the week for their bad behavior and deceiving black folks for political gain. And so I call them spam, Obsidian, because spam is full of salt. It got a bunch of chicken parts and liver parts and pig parts. It's not
mystery meat.
It's mystery meat, right? And so the acronym for spam, Obsidian, is, watch this, simps pandering against men. How do you like
I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So obvious.
Yeah. Simps. And I call them spam because they're not kosher. Kosher men, Obsidian, are GMO free men. We're GMO free in the mind, and we're striving to be GMO free in the body. We're kosher men because we are trying to become optimized in our pursuits for black male excellence. But these men are full of spam. They are simps that pander against men. And I came up with two concepts called the unconscious simp and the conscious simp. The conscious simp stands for sacrificing important masculine principles, and the unconscious simp stands for supplementing irrational male pattern of behaviors. Would you agree, Obsidian, that there is a lot of irrational male patterns of behavior in the black community?
How many have we got? I mean, you saw Bakari Sellers. That was an embarrassment. My God, right. What the hell? What was that?
Right. Yeah. Shout out to my man, Detroit 313. Him and Carnell Smith are the #1 sponsors of the stream for the 50 spot. He said that Trump would knock out $36.6 trillion economic debt because Trump and J.D. Vance is pro-crypto. The more than 70 million crypto investors are thirsty about the moon and supporting Trump. Now you got Goldman and Sachs invest. I didn't invest in crypto. What do you know about the crypto economy? But before we talk about that, shout out to Detroit 313 showing major love as he is now overall. He's overall because he's given a total of $55. He is the #1 sponsor of this show. Detroit 313, the #1 sponsor with $55. Go ahead, brother. You were about to say something. I apologize.
No, I was just going to simply say, man, I'm about to get ready to get about it. I didn't think it was almost 6 o'clock. But get ready to get about here in a minute.
Okay, real quick. So let me play this a little bit. It's about to end. I appreciate it. Hold tight.
Yeah. Our everyday lives, right? So if that's jobs, if that's housing, if that's gun violence, if that's education, like everything that makes our lives good, that's what I vote for in mind.
Who votes with guns in mind on a federal level? When you cast your ballot at a presidential election for senators, for members of Congress?
Now, when you say guns in mind,
gun control, issues surrounding guns, background checks, all of you do.
Yes. I mean, that's us voting with us in mind.
Yeah.
You understand? When you say that, this is
talking about your family.
When you ask me, am I voting with guns in mind? That means I'm voting with me in mind. Because I could very much be a victim of gun violence.
You got to keep talking about it, You have to consistently let people know this is not normal. It doesn't seem like people are angry enough to say no more, no more.
And we're going to keep talking about it. I checked in with these
All
voters
right.
after the attempted assassination.
So you heard of all of that. You heard of all of that. How would you encapsulate that before you leave? And thank you once again for being so generous with your time, for clearly articulating what the Black Manosphere Conclave is, and for continuing to more or less push the discussion forward about heteronormative masculinity, traditional families, and trying to become more salient in a time where people are dealing with mental deflection. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I think that what we just heard there, here in the city of Philadelphia, it says it all. I mean, at the end of the day, the inflation is really whipping up on Philadelphians in general, Black Philadelphians especially.
Right.
I see the effects of it, right? You know, not that far from where I live, and I don't believe that Kamala Harris is going to be able to meaningfully address that. I believe, and I've been carefully reading over what she's proposed, is going to make matters worse. That's on top of the other very liberal, California liberal, I might add, you know, programs that and policies that she supports. I don't think it's good for Black folks. Definitely not good for Black men. Not good for Black women either. I mean, what, like as you said earlier, what man of any consequence wants to wife up or otherwise make a long-term lady friend of a woman that's had 3, 4, 5, 6 abortions? Well, I mean, who's going to do that?
Right. And you think about it, it's very nasty because it's like you put on other men's underwear. When you think about all those men that put that excrements inside of her uterus, and you know, and they expect you to come back and treat them special. And I'm not treating you special. So we go back to the old school obsidian where women were expected to have a level of chastity. We understand nobody wants perfect, but I remember in the South, I know women were getting it in the South back in North Carolina. They were getting it in. They were doing the dirty stuff, but it was shameful. They were quiet about it. And you didn't have as many, even though the 90s, you had a lot of single parent mothers, but it was shameful behavior. Now it's no shame. They proudly boast about their promiscuity. What would you say to that before you leave?
I 100% agree. We've always had that sort of thing, but it was never like the dominant mode. It was always off to the side. It was always relegated to the seedier parts of town, so to speak. Today, there's just no decorum, and it's really bad, man. It's really bad.
No decorum. Well, listen, man. Thank you, brother, for being so gracious with your time. Any closing comments and any final remarks for men that want to participate in the Black Manosphere Conclave 4.0, and in the making? Go ahead.
Yeah, we got another floor because we sold out the first 2 floors of the Embassy Suites Hotel. So we got another floor, and so you can still book your suite now. If you want to get tickets, you want to get your tickets now. The prices will go up September 1st. So they'll be like $600, I think. So you want to get your tickets now. www.black-manosphere.org. See you all in Houston for the Black Manosphere Conclave. Thank you so much, Coach Glitch.
All right, brother. Thank you, man. Take care, man. Thanks for your time.
All right, man.
Take care. Yes, sir. Be well, brother. All right. All right, guys. That was Brother Obsidian. We're going to end this in a minute. But, guys, I plan on having Dr. Randy Short on tomorrow. I plan on having Dr. Short on tomorrow at some point. And and we're going to talk about abomination. And I think Detroit 313 is right about that crypto. That crypto is about to be a game changer. But let me play this clip real quick, guys. But Detroit 313 is the #1 sponsor. He's on money. Let me play this real quick. Hold on.
New man, same old grind, gonna fight till the day I die with my chin up in my fist held high, gonna fight till the day that I die.
No dawn, no era, I ain't a saint, nah, I'm something much rarer. I speak facts, I spit truth, I stand tall after all I've been through. I could've bowed out, I could've given in, instead Instead I bounce back, my rise is imminent. There's no breaking my stride, to the top I'll climb. With my fishtail tie, with my fishtail tie.
New man, same old grind. Gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up and my fist held high. Gonna fight till the day that I die.
Red tie, white collar, blue skies, got them raining green dollars. JT, my MVVP, we bout to show you how it's done, no CAP. I could've bowed out, I could've given in. Instead I bounce back, my rise is imminent. There's no breaking my stride, to the top I'll climb. With my fishtail tie, with my fishtail tie.
New man, same old grind. Gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up and my fist held high. Gonna fight till the day that I die. New man, same old grind. Gonna fight till the day I die. With my chin up and my fist held high. Gonna fight till the day that I die.
With my fishtail tie, with my fishtail tie. With my fishtail tie, with my fishtail tie.
I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit. And,
Okay, first fuck Big Mike and that dick that hang. West Palm, nigga, Mar-a-Lago is the gang. Locked up, tons of black fathers, that's a fact. I let Joe Biden say it though. You ain't black. Give it up, pack it in, sick of the cackling. Taking these around balls way before Kaepernick. Locked up ever marijuana, you imprisoned them. You were smoking weed at the time, what a hypocrite. Montel Williams and Willie Brown. Guess you have a thing for Willies, bet your dad's really proud. A crisis at your border, ignoring the reporters. Under you and Biden, $1 was worth a quarter. The new world order really wants you in, but it's Trump 2024, we're about to win. Bigly, hugely, trust me I would know it. I still can't believe you believe Jussie Smollett. I'm meeting with rabbis, pastors, preachers, cops, firefighters, God-fearing believers. You're meeting with RuPaul, transgender teachers, creatures, cutting off their primary features. I'm working for God, you work for the Grim Reaper. On Soros's payroll, they should call you Caesar, cause every time you speak it's a big word salad. I heard in college guys called you hot to a Harris. They try to do me like JFK in the drop top. The party of defunded police loves the top cop. You give it slop top, Kamala Lewinsky. When you talk in public, you always sound tipsy. You make Pelosi sound like Einstein. Not a worthy opponent, but I guess I'll find time. Your bottom shelf Chardonnay, me I'm fine wine. Look at California, you and Gavin cannot fight crime. Bailed out rioters during BLM, then a few that murdered people wasn't shown on CNN. But I'm not surprised, that's just the fake news. And we all know that they pay you, I stay true.
we did it, Joe. You're gonna be the next president of the United States.
All right, guys. We're going to end this stream in a minute, man. This has been a great show, guys. A great show. I'm talking about the manosphere, the galvanization of masculinity, the galvanization of traditional Black families, and the galvanization of a vibrant America. You know, as I told you guys earlier, I am an independent. I'm not a Democrat or Republican, but I am voting for policies that are more consistent with traditional masculinity, traditional Black families, and also what our community wants to stand for. Shout out to my man Detroit 313, as he is the #1 sponsor of this stream, followed by my man Carnell Smith for the 50 spot. Detroit 313 broke the bank, showing me much love. As he's the #1 sponsor of the stream. And then also shout out to Revelated the Spirit of Variance. I almost forgot. Although, let me read his comment real quick. He sent me a super chat. Hold on. Revelated the Spirit of Variance said that, did anyone else notice the matriarchal dynamic in that interview? The hidden message that women should lead in all discussions. Yes, sir. That women should have been speaking. That women should have been speaking to the majority of Black men. And it's clear it's the Eve complex. The woman listened to the serpent, and as part spirit revelated the spirit of variance. It is the Eve complex.
Follow me, baby. The elders are old and out of touch. I have the power to help you become the better version of yourself. Listen to me. I know what's best for you. I am the Snake Whisperer.
Yeah, they're snake whisperers, because the snake whisperer told the woman she didn't have to follow male leadership, and thus led to the fall of human society. Because the book said that through the woman all sin came. All sin came through the woman, and because of one man, so many have to suffer, and his name was Adam. Adam didn't stand on business, and he allowed the human condition to fail because of the woman. But once again, I'm gonna read through these cash apps as Detroit 313 is the #1 sponsor, followed by Carnell Smith. Shout out to Top Gun for that 5. Shout out to Barry Hamilton for the 4. Shout out to Volcanoes for the $10 super sticker. Shout out to Revelator Spirit of Variance as he's the 3rd #1 sponsor for the 10. Shout out to Sister Bashua for the 5. Shout out to Byron Hammer TV for the 5. Shout out to Love Crossing Borders, Andrea and Andrea with the 10, 5. Shout out to Gregory Scotland with the 9. Shout out to Gregory Scotland again with the 9. Shout out to Gregory Scotland again with the 20. Shout out to Brother Tevin King with the 20. Shout out to Sister Bashua again for the 5. Thank you, dear. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm again for the 10 and the 20, which makes him 30, as he's actually the 3rd #1 sponsor. Shout out to him. Shout out to Detroit 313 once again for the 30. And shout out once again to Source C for the 5. You guys showed a lot of love today. Y'all showed a lot of love. I appreciate it. And shout out to the International Quiet Storm with, once again, the #1 sponsor being Detroit 313. Detroit 313, Carnell Smith, in the International Quiet Storm, and the Spirit of Variance and Tevin King that follow. So guys, this has been a good one. We're going to close this one out. I want to see my Panthers play. And guys, I really appreciate you guys for supporting me on today, as we got another great show coming up tomorrow with Dr. Randy Short, hopefully. And I got to call him to verify that show. And guys, we're going to end it here. So let's finish playing this, guys. And guys, keep hope alive and continue to vote for policies that are consistent with traditionalism, consistent with our ancestors, and consistent with heteronormative masculinity.
Men, are you dealing with issues like this?
Some black men are interested in voting for her, and then you have other black men who are not. I talked about that extensively in a video on my channel, how black men are turning their back on Kamala Harris. And such is the case for a brother like this.
Dear black men, please remain strong. There's going to be a pressure on us to vote Democratic and for us to endorse Kamala Harris. Do not fall for the symbolism. Do not fall for the chucks and pearls. As black men, our vote is highly needed. And there's already talk about black men can't be trusted to vote for Kamala Harris. Well, you're exactly right. We're not falling for the you're not black if you don't vote for Joe Biden. We're going to logically make an informed decision. Kamala Harris has already went on record saying she would not pass any bills or laws that would directly benefit African Americans. So black men, let's be very careful. Let's be able to deal with the criticism. Let's be able to deal with being called sellouts. Let's be able to deal with being called racist. Because right now, the Democratic Party needs our vote for Kamala Harris to be president. And they're already saying we can't be trusted. Well, you're right. We can't be trusted. We're going to make an informed decision. Kamala Harris, sit down. What are you willing to do for the black race other than falsely represent us as a black woman with chucks and pearls in your sorority? Black men, it's finna get hard. We are under attack, but we must remain strong.
Harris is not the answer. Book a session. Harris is not the answer. Book a session.
You mean to tell me that the possible first black female president, her primary message, her platform is to promote the very thing that was meant to wipe out our race? That's what she's running on?
What do you mean by that?
One Kamala, two Kamala, three Kamala, whoa. Which candidate you endorse? Fried chicken to jerk sauce. Chopsticks to rice off. President is on the menu. Now you got some black in you. Willie Brown, see that's irrelevant. Montel Williams said you were celibate.
Yes, I know. There needs to be outreach and inclusion.
And certainly you could become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good.
You could become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good.
First Indian vice president.
Yes, I know.
And so black women's intelligence. She's not like us. Where's your lineage? Half Jamaican and half Indian. Around us, she black pretendian.
Yes, I know.
Tulsi Gabbard had you fidgeting.
Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
Have you ever smoked?
I have.
Like
And I inhale. I did inhale.
She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California.
You actually locked anybody up?
No, we never locked anybody up.
Lying ass bitch. Sister girl, she repositioning all the black men in prison them. What about Matrice Richardson? Black man on death row found innocent. You fake as a pink iguana. You the female version Obama.
Yes, I know.
Banging
Yeah,
Snoop, blow marijuana. You take after your white mama.
Yes, I know.
You'll have white Jamaican father.
Yes, I know. Celebrating Kwanzaa. Every year, our family would, and our extended family, we would gather around.
You ain't celebrating no Kwanzaa.
Yes, I know.
All the black women support you. They projecting, this is why they endorse you.
Yes, I know.
Their self-worth is cracked. Identify what you know and you ain't black. Only reason to vote, you saying that. Say the hell with your people, it's all cap.
Yes, I know.
Reparations, you heard her, she like, aw. Give something only to black people? No.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
The 44,000 of y'all. Short the 42 million who didn't call. What I'm saying, it's all facts.
Democrats do not want to talk about Kamala Harris' policies. This is a rabbit hole. They want to play the race card to distract. I'm voting for Trump because I want a secure border. I want low prices. I don't like inflation. On the other hand, you got Kamala Harris, Edward, who wants open border, who wants to eliminate ICE, who compares ICE with the KKK. I don't like those policies, but they insult the intelligence of every black American because they're asking black Americans to vote based on skin color.
Don't give them nothing, just tell her her skin is black.
No.
And you ain't black.
No.
Kamala.
No.
Her skin is
No.
Her
You
skin
ain't
is
black.
No.
Her skin is
No.
Her skin is
No.
Her skin is
No.
You ain't black.
1 Kamala, 2 Kamala, 3 Kamala, whoa. You don't support us, we don't vote. We stand on business and we spoke. Reparations, we heard you, you said no. 1 Kamala, 2 Kamala, 3 Kamala, whoa. Which candidate you endorse? Fried chicken to jerk sauce. Chopsticks to rice sauce. Black men, we say no to Kamala Harris. You can't come over here and pretend like you one of us. 1 minute you Indian, 1 minute you Asian. Nah, just be that. That's who you get to vote for you. Yeah. Yeah. You can't run on.
Say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people? No.
And you ain't black.
Do you support reparations for black people?
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people? No.
Okay, I see what you is. Bitch, you played yourself. I'm sorry. Played yourself. Bitch, you had a chance.
Niggas
this loser ass nigga.
Your video with comments about a
He's a
certain
loser.
other female.
Just to let you niggas know, we don't need y'all. We want y'all, but we don't need you.
20 years later.
Our black men, we want all y'all back. Because we love you, we see you, kings, and most importantly, we need you. And most importantly, we need you.
And most importantly, we need you.
You can't.
If you a that's for the streets.
You can't delete the ski. You can't delete the ski.
I know a who used to suck dick every month of night.
You can't
delete your.
Vote for Kamala Harris because she's black. That was the thing, right? She's black, and we have to show racial loyalty to Kamala Harris because she's black. But we can't ask what kind of black is she. We can't say, well, hold on a minute. Is she Alabama black? Or is she Ghanaian black? Is she Jamaican black? Or is she Compton black? We can't ask that. Come to find out, this woman has been claimed to be an Indian. She's the first Indian senator.
Always heard this rumor that she slept her way to the top.
She did. She's old. She's 60 years old.
First step in destroying the black community is to dismantle the black family. So aside from her record as a prosecutor, why don't we ask Mrs. Willie Brown if Kamala Harris cares about black families?
We don't want no dough, give away your vote. Free ski, we president your foe. Fool you once with Obama, now they say Kamala. All these black women, yeah, they think you're slow. Damn right. We don't want no dough, give away your vote. Free ski, we president your foe. Fool you once with Obama, now they say Kamala. All these black women, yeah, they think you're slow.
Most of these women that she locked up for the truancy problems were black women.
You ain't gotta do nothing, Obama, here we go again. White mama, raise a white mama, selling us black skin. You don't f with my friends, I don't f with your friends. You voted for Biden and Kamala, let them all in. Venezuela, Mexico, Ukraine, you was patient. All them white immigrants except for Haitians, still them all black. What the f you supported the black woman telling black women about aborting. Taught you ladies Christians, Democratic crippin'.
If Jesus can't save these hoes,
We got a point.
why are you trying? What make you think you greater than
Pig, I can't say these hoes, why the f you think she listen? You know Planned Parenthood sitting at the border. This is for you black ass women, can I take your order?
Abortion is healthcare. So important that those who are able to really advocate.
Promote the very thing that was meant to wipe out our race.
More money for you, more money for me. Jose, Chico, Rosa, my Latino family. Malcolm said it best, why they sending out black entertainment. They don't do the other races cause they really think we bring this. Wag your finger, curse and shame them. Black men, let's blame them. Gender war, let's tame them. Let's use them racial angles, make them feel complacent. Eviction black adjacent, by the time they finally wake up, it'll be too late to straighten up. Why you think she use a pound of makeup? Why you think she getting BBLs trying to cake up? Why you think she bleach her skin, homie? You gotta wake up. She wanna be just like a Mala, do the Dougie, baby, wanna erase us. I ain't shedding that teardrops in a bucket. I think my council support me better, so we like it. My boat is up for sale, you do a lot of bumping. Talking loud, talking skin color, ain't getting nothing. You what? You what? You what? You what? You what? I don't give a You did? I got mine, goddammit. Better hustle and get yours. Kamala Harris.
That's right.
That endorsed this sexual trash.
Oh, yeah.
And the whole Democratic hypocrite.
Amen.
None of you is a Christian that endorse same-sex marriages. That's right. Not one.
And so, again, this is no different. This is the Barack Obama playbook. Barack Obama only dated white women all the way up until he got serious about running for office. And then he decided to join up with Michelle Obama. Didn't we just feel good when we saw him get inaugurated, getting sworn in? Well, again, he didn't really do anything for black folks. It was a big letdown.
We don't want no dough, give away your vote. Freeze, keep we presidential foe. Who you once with Obama, now they say Kamala. All these black women, yeah, they think it's slow. We don't want no dough, give away your vote. Freeze, keep we presidential foe. Who you once with Obama, now they say Kamala. All these black women, yeah, they think it's slow. We don't want no dough, give away your vote. Freeze, keep we presidential foe. Who you once with Obama, now they say Kamala. All the black women, yeah, they think it's slow. We don't want no dough, give away your vote. Free ski, we presidential vote. Who you once with Obama, now they say Kamala. All the black women, yeah, they think it's slow.
Hit that like button and share this stream if you're not a beta male. Stream, you guys have been phenomenal on today. We're going to end this stream 4 hours in, guys. 3 minutes after the hour, we're about to end this stream. But once again, 3 minutes after the hour, 6 o'clock, guys. Once again, bringing to you live from the greatest state in the union, the Tar Heel State. We're going to end this stream. I thank you for everyone that tuned in on today, the support of the stream. You guys showed up big and bold on today. And guys and good dear sisters that are traditional and believe in black family and good and black community, love your men, honor your men, respect your men, and protect the mind of your man. When you can do those things in a perfunctory manner, you're going to get the outcomes that not only will benefit you, but it will benefit the black community in the long run. So once again, guys, we're going to end this stream. I love you, brothers and sisters. And guys, once again, we are signing off.
Fall comes to us in its own time. Fighters keepers, losers we.
When my friends go, it was simple. When the ends low, switch the tempo. I got right, I got heart, I won't die, I'ma fight. I go down, then I strike. I go hard day and night, yeah. I go hard day and night. 1-to-1, no surprise. See the hate in their eyes. My brother's blood money bleed. I got the game in the squeeze. What would you do for some green? What would you do for some blues? Go pick and choose the fam of the cheese. Some people not built like that. Some people get killed like that. Pressure like water, lights, mortgage. I've been at bills like that. Now I got kids like that. No wonder why I feel like that. Some people go to war for nothing. Me, I go to war for something.
Before there was the manosphere, I was. Before there was the internet, I was.
When the ends low, switch the tempo. I got right, I got heart, I won't die, I'ma fight. I go down, then I strike. I go hard day and night. Money on the line, keep calling. Money on the books, need all that. My kids, they'll be ballin'. Got a real bankroll, not for Instagram. My mama on the line, keep calling. Praying for me, know I need all that. Told me it's not about ballin'. Real blessed, but I'm still sinning, man. What would you do for a win? What would you do for your friends? What if this life is a foe? What if it all pretend? What if you roll to the end? What if you started again?
Fire! The kosher clinician.